I would request all of you to please settle down and clear the aisles. I have some good news for all of you. We have a free Wi-Fi here, and you can connect to the Wi-Fi. The password is 2019 Habitat, all in small letters. So your data issues will be sorted. We have a Wi-Fi here. Another important announcement I wanted to make was that today we will be giving away the GRIHA ratings plaques. So those who will be getting the ratings are requested to kindly approach the stage for their plaque from the left side of the stage, from the staircase, and after receiving their awards, please exit on the right side. All the projects that are winning, that will be receiving the rating plaques, have allotted seats here. So would request all of you to kindly sit in your allotted seats. Please look for it. If you have any questions, you cannot find your allotted seats, kindly get in touch with the organizers. But let's maintain this system so that it's easier for all of us to identify you, to have you on stage, and smooth dispersal after receiving your rating plaque. And the case for the rating plaque can be collected from the organizers outside the hall. So you'll get your plaque, and the case for the plaque will be given to you outside the plaque, outside the hall. We are going to start shortly, but just wanted to remind everyone, I hope you have turned your phones onto silent so that we can hear the deliberations of the day peacefully. We are going to start very shortly. All of you to please take your seats. Please settle down so that we can start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of GRIHA Council and UNSW, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the 11th annual GRIHA conference, the summit. And the theme for the summit this year is Approach to Integrated Sustainability. I'm your host. My name is Anisha Nair Dhawan. Now, as we await our dignitaries to come, I would like to give you some more information. As I speak, the GRIHA exhibition, which is in the Charminar, is being inaugurated. I invite all of you to take the time out during the conference today, be it lunch, be it a break time, to go and have a look at this exhibition. Exhibitors have displayed a range of environmentally sustainable products and technologies. This exhibition aims at not only spreading awareness about upcoming technologies among visitors, but also help them understand the detailed functionality and the benefits of such products so that they can take an informed decision in the future. Visitors can expect to gain a holistic understanding of materials that are emerging in the construction space, which is sustainable, their functionality, and where to procure them. Our dignitaries will be here soon. In the interim, I'll take you through some house rules for all those who come a little late. Please settle down and clear the aisles. I would request all of you to turn your phones onto silent, or if possible, switch them off. If it's very urgent and you need to take a call, would request you to please step outside the hall. In case there are questions that are taken up by speakers post the sessions which are lined up later in the day, please raise your hand, identify yourself and the speaker, and then ask your question. These are important safety announcements. I request all of you to please pay close attention to this announcement. TERI is a Quality, Health, Safety and Environment QHSE certified organization. In case of any untoward incident like fire, evacuation is required. You're required to exit this auditorium to the fire exits gates which are nearest to you without any panic. There are 7 exit gates in this auditorium. 4 are on the ground floor. There are 2 on your left. Fire exits in a calm and orderly manner. Now, I also want to draw your attention to this coffee table which is lying on the dais here, as you can see. Now, this coffee table has a unique surface which is made from new GRIHA panel products currently being developed at the Smart Center UNSW in their micro factories. What UNSW is trying to do is to upcycle problematic waste glass and waste textiles and put them to good use by making a table or other products. And speaking about coffee, in case any of you wants to grab a cup of tea or coffee, we will not be having designated breaks for tea or coffee. You're most welcome to go and pick up your tea or coffee when you feel like. We have a running coffee station. And of course, a reminder about our social media handles. If you are tweeting about what you've heard at the GRIHA Council, do tag us, be it on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter or Instagram. Our hashtag is the hashtag GRIHA for all and hashtag 11GS. Another reminder that as you can see, our dignitaries are here. Into the 11th year, during the annual GRIHA Summit, the theme is integrated sustainability. The first World Climate Conference was conducted in Geneva in 1979 because of increased awareness about environmental degradation, and we had Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) that came into effect in January 2016. Our dignitaries are here. I would request all of you to please put your hands together and welcome all our dignitaries on stage. Sustainability was initially demonstrated as an environmental concept, but that has undergone a paradigm shift now. Sustainability has been fully integrated in the way we think and we plan our economic goals. All of us inhabit this earth, and several industries are self-declaring themselves to be sustainable by adopting greener practices. It is imperative to strike a balance between social development, sustained economic growth, and sustainable management of natural resources. GRIHA Council, in association with UNSW Australia, is hosting its flagship event, the 11th GRIHA Summit, to discuss, debate, and discover the best practices world over and new age technologies to enhance resource efficiencies and minimize waste generation. Before we start with our brainstorming sessions, we would like to kickstart this summit on an auspicious note by lighting the ceremonial lamp. I would request our esteemed dignitaries to please come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. I would like to invite Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Honorable Minister for Road Transport, Jacobs, President and Vice Chancellor, University of New South Wales, Dr. Ajay Mathur, President, GRIHA Council and Director General TERI, and Mr. Sanjay Seth, CEO of the GRIHA Council, to please light the lamp.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampadah.
Big round of applause. We have started the GRIHA Summit on a very auspicious note. Would request our dignitaries to please take their seats. I would now like to request Dr. Ajay Mathur, President, GRIHA Council and Director General, the Energy and Resource Institute, TERI, to please welcome everyone gathered here and speak a little about the upcoming technologies and solutions that could be discussed during this two-day conference. Dr. Mathur is a member of the Prime Minister's Council for Climate Change and was also the Indian spokesperson at the 2015 climate negotiations at Paris. He was previously also the Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, having spent a decade there. Please welcome Dr. Mathur.
Thank you so much. Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Ambassador of the High Commissioner of Australia to India, Mrs. Harinder Sidhu, the Danish Ambassador to India, Mr. Freddy Savane, my co-host, the Vice Chancellor of the University of New South Wales, Mr. Ian Jacobs, my colleague, Mr. Sanjay Seth, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all welcome you all here. I'm extremely grateful to the Honorable Minister for coming here and for reiterating his commitment to a sustainable future. I also want to thank both High Commissioner Sidhu and Ambassador Savane for their strong support for partnership with the University of New South Wales, a partnership that we seek to enhance in the years to come. Thank you very much. All of you are here because you know GRIHA. You are here because you are part of the community which is moving us towards not only more sustainable buildings, but sustainable cities, sustainable lifestyles. All of this comes together. The GRIHA code is an evolving code. There was the GRIHA code which was created early on. It was revised in 2012, and today we will be releasing the new version, the GRIHA 2019, version 2019. We also have the rating awards, which would be presented to those who have done exceptional work in creating new buildings. We are also proud that we have built a huge number of partnerships with a large number of organizations which take our message further and help enhance and bring in the practice of sustainability in buildings into a deeper and more comprehensive manner. I want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the GRIHA team, my colleagues in TERI, who have taken GRIHA to a new height. Sir, of all the buildings that have been made in 2019, today 5% are GRIHA rated. It's a very small number, but to think that it was 2% only 3 years ago is where the growth occurs. I believe that 5% is a magic number, because after this there are enough of them so that they create an environment within which people want to see this just as their neighbor had it. We are seeing this now happening in government agencies. Sir, you were part of the GRIHA Summit in Nagpur, where we saw a large number of Maharashtra government agencies take up the GRIHA code. I thank you all for joining the inauguration of this year's summit, and the presence of so many of you and such esteemed guests makes us think that we will go through 2 days of extremely stimulating discussions. I thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. We also have with us Professor Ian Jacobs, President and Vice Chancellor of UNSW. Professor Jacobs has studied medicine in Cambridge and was previously the Dean of Medicine at the University College London from 2009 to 11 and Vice President, University of Manchester from 2011 to 2015. I would request Professor Ian Jacobs to please come to the podium and address the audience.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a thrill and a privilege to be at this so important meeting. I start by thanking Dr. Ajay Mathur for his welcome address, for his inspirational leadership, and for being such a welcoming co-host. It's a privilege to share this podium with such distinguished guests. Shri Nitin Gadkari, the Honourable Minister for Road Transport, Highways and Shipping. Thank you so much for being here today. His Excellency, Mr. Freddy Svane, from the Ambassador for Denmark to India. Our own Australian High Commissioner, Ms. Harinder Sidhu. Thank you so much for making this partnership happen and for everything that you're doing for Australia-India relationships. And of course, Mr. Sanjay Seth, Chief Executive Officer of GRIHA Council and a Senior Director of TERI. Thank you for your great work. UNSW is truly honoured to once again be invited to co-create TERI's flagship GRIHA Summit. This summit is the gold standard in collaboration on a topic that is becoming, sadly, more urgent by the day. If we're to accelerate the solutions to the problems that face our changing world, it is vital for governments to lead and incentivize business and the community. And I applaud TERI and the Indian government for placing sustainability, energy and the environment at the very heart of its policy agenda. So much has happened since we met last year. We're all painfully aware that our climate is in crisis and of the impact that that is having on our citizens. For most of us who've travelled from Sydney to be here, we left a city that has been shrouded in smoke for weeks. Smoke so thick that at times you couldn't see the Opera House, let alone the harbour. And we joke that we've come to Delhi for some fresh air. But it's not really funny. There is no debate. The unprecedented bushfires ravaging the east coast of Australia are related to the compounding effects of climate change. Instead of throwing our hands up in despair at the problems of a changing environment and sustainability, GRIHA and GRIHA delegates choose the radical hope offered by collaboration. Bringing together academia, industry, government and consumers to gang up on the problem rather than on each other is the way we'll find solutions more efficiently. This year, UNSW is privileged to have some of our world-leading experts running 5 plenary sessions on grand challenges which the global society faces. The first will be on rapid urbanization. That'll see that challenge will see 2/3 of humanity living in cities by 2050. Excuse me. Professor Helen Lochhead, Dean of the UNSW Faculty of Built Environment, and Professor David Sanderson, lead of the UNSW Rapid Urbanization Grand Challenge, will offer insights into how we balance social and economic development with the sustainable management of natural resources. In the plenary session on energy, you'll hear from Scientia Professor Deo Prasad, Chief Executive Officer of the Cooperative Research Centre for Low Carbon Living, and he'll talk about ideas to offset the increasing energy consumption which is required to power India's fast-growing cities. You'll also hear from UNSW Professor Greg Leslie, who is Director of the Global Water Institute and of the UNESCO Centre for Membrane Science and Technology. And Greg will lead the plenary session on water, and in particular, the challenge of adequate access to safe water in India. Waste is another grand challenge that will be addressed in the plenary session with Scientia Professor Veena Sahajwala, who is Director of UNSW's Centre for Sustainable Material Research and Technology. In that session, the panel will discuss the issues, solutions, and the efforts being undertaken to reuse and recycle waste at the source and the benefits of large-scale upcycling. And Associate Dean Simone Liao, who is Programme Director of City Analytics in our Faculty of Built Environment, will lead the plenary session on governance and how governments can be more innovative and entrepreneurial in an increasingly competitive world. It promises to be an exciting programme, and I'm grateful to all of my UNSW colleagues for their contributions. UNSW is delighted to share the knowledge and expertise that we've acquired over decades of research in fields related to our discussions today. We're particularly proud that for 40 years our university has been a leader in developing photovoltaic and solar technology, and that related to that, our campus will be one of the first in the world to become carbon neutral for its electricity supply in 2020 through the use of solar energy. There's a great sense of pride amongst the UNSW community that we have this opportunity to play a pivotal role in the 2019 GRIHA Summit. And it's a credit to Dr. Mathur and his colleagues that the relationship between UNSW and TERI continues to grow and produce practical solutions to the many, many challenges 21st century living presents to us all. And the generosity of partnership displayed in our collaboration has opened doors to many other opportunities which I'm excited about. This afternoon, for example, I will represent my Plus Alliance partners from Arizona State University and King's College London at the signing of an MOU with Pune Smart City Development Corporation Limited. And tonight, I will co-host a roundtable on the future of research and how we can deepen our research ties with India's government, universities and people even further towards 2040. And I hope when we meet again in a year's time, there will be many more and new partnerships to report on. So thank you again to Dr. Mathur, to Sanjay Seth, and to everyone involved in organising this event. I look forward to our discussions today and to hearing of the innovative ways in which we can work together to tackle the grand challenges that we face. I wish you all an enlightening and productive summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jacobs. We are very honored to have with us His Excellency, Mr. Freddie Swerner, the Ambassador, Royal Danish Embassy to India. He was previously serving in India from 2010 to 2015. Before that, he was the Danish Ambassador to Japan. He holds a degree in history and joined the Danish Foreign Service in 1982. I would request His Excellency to please talk to us about integrated sustainability and what we can learn from Denmark. Please welcome Mr. Prediswana.
Honorable Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, the most green minister ever I've experienced in India. I know because I served here before and we discussed a lot of issues. Dr. Ajay Mathur, the greenest leader ever. Yeah, we have to be very green here. Sanjay Seth, of course, and my very good and close colleague of Australia, the High Commissioner Harinder Sidhu, and of course our friend from the university who spoke to our hearts and minds. I am the Danish ambassador, and I'm supposed to be very happy because normally Denmark is called the most happiest nation on earth, but I'm even more happy today, and I brought two pieces for my small speech, a pyramid of material, building material, and I hope that will inspire a lot of you here in Japan, sorry, not in Japan, but in India with the building code. I also brought this one, this bottled water, glass. Last time I spent 5 years here in India, I crisscrossed India only to be served water in plastic bottles. So things have changed a lot. The green sustainability and approach of individuals are so important. The Danish government just recently adopted a climate law, and by 2030, 70% of our emissions will have to be reduced. And we are not allowed to buy quotas from outside. We have to do it on ourselves. So it's a very ambitious plan. But sustainability is not just about laurels, sticks and carrots. It's also about the mindset. How do we create a more sustainable mindset? How do we take individual responsibility? Sustainability is also about not only emissions, but it's also about social sustainability. It's smart cities. How do we go about the urbanization? How do we cater for all these people who have the same ambitions, who would like to have the same life as we have been enjoying for so many, many years? How can we do that? And obviously, India is part of that equation. Whether you talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, whether you're talking about the climate changes, India has to be part of that equation. India has a scale. You have brilliant young generations who are globalized. They develop all kinds of fantastic solutions. And hopefully they will also develop innovative, green, sustainable solutions. I'm pretty sure they will. You also have a technology advantage here. And I hope that a lot of new innovative technologies will be developed. So all the Indians, billion of Indians, will enjoy the same life as we have been doing, but in a more sustainable way. It calls for a visionary government, it calls for a very proactive business sector, it calls for a lot of collaboration with researchers. And I'm sure that this conference today, this 11th GRIHA Summit, will produce a lot of new thoughts and will inspire all of us. And I do hope that next year we will not only be a kind of partner up in the corner, but that we also will be a true trusted partner for a green and sustainable future. So we have to see to that, Dr. Ajay Mathur. So I'm committing some Danish taxpayers' money, of course, here, but that's how it is. I'm also extremely happy that we could showcase a project in Udaipur. And I will ask our two people to stand up, both of you. These are, and the third person there, please stand up. Hi. You know, these three people, they are so dedicated and they have developed some fantastic plans for Udaipur. And you should go and see it. Denmark is green. We want to be green, but we can't do it alone. We have to cooperate. And I do hope in the future that we can develop a green strategic partnership with India. Sustainability calls all upon us to do something. And that's why I brought this bottle, because it's a symbol of things are changing. Building codes, building material pyramids, so important. So I wish you all the best success here at this conference, at this summit. I do hope that next time we will be even more green and we'll be able to look back and say, okay, we made a difference. And I'm sure, Dr. Ate Mathur, your people, the fantastic people of TERI, Sanjay Jet, said always also very, very strong in developing new thoughts. And of course, Nitin Gadkari, the Union Minister for Infrastructure and Road Highways. You have to do a little bit more. I know you have a green mindset and you will really be a role model for all of us. So let's hope for a greener future. Let's hope for a more sustainable future. But don't forget one thing, it all starts with ourselves. If you don't change your mind, you will not be able to ask for your government to do anything, TERI or the universities or ambassadors. We are just human beings, but we have to change our mindset. So I wish you a fantastic summit. May that green all of us, and let's see a green bridge from Australia to Denmark passing through India. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For the keynote address, I would like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Harinder Sidhu, the Australian High Commissioner to India, to please come to the podium. Ms. Sidhu is a career officer with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and brings 30 years of experience in the government. She holds degrees in economics and law from the University of Sydney. Please put your hands together for Her Excellency Ms. Harinder Sidhu.
Awkward, eh? I've got a degree from the University of Sydney, not UNSW. But I have to say we were competitor universities, and because UNSW is such a terrific university and one that I'm very proud now as High Commissioner to be participating in this event. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. I'd like to acknowledge the other distinguished guests on the dais, Shri Nitin Gadkari, the Honourable Minister for Road, Transport, Highways and MSMEs, His Excellency, my colleague Freddie Svane, Ambassador of Denmark to India, Dr. Ajay Mathur, President of the GRIHA Council and Director General of TERI, and a real visionary and a leader in this space, Professor Ian Jacobs, President and Vice Chancellor of the University of New South Wales, who shows really what dedication to a project looks like, and his project has been building the India link between UNSW and India, and he's done a fantastic job. And Sanjay Seth, the CEO of the GRIHA Council and Senior Director of the Sustainable Habitat Program in TERI. It is a real honour to share the dais with all of you. And I think increasingly, I think it's less and less the case that people ask, what is Australia doing here? Why are we here? And why are we participating with India on something like this? It's a very obvious answer. Australia and India have a lot in common. We may be different sizes in terms of population. We may be very different sizes in terms of land mass, but we share very similar challenges. We have very diverse climates. We have lots of sunshine. We have very little water. We are both facing the challenges of urbanisation. In Australia, with that putting pressure on cities. In India, the development of urban environments to accommodate a rapidly developing economy. And all of this is complicated by the challenges posed by climate change. We are all seized with the imperative to make cities, homes, buildings livable and functional. Because, of course, they are very great contributors to emissions in their own right. So I commend the GRIHA Council for doing the vital work on this issue by focusing on designing frameworks and solutions to bring down emissions and to improve the environmental performance of buildings across their life cycle. GRIHA plays a very important role in guiding India, providing science-based credible assessments of the performance of buildings and providing benchmarks for industry and government to follow. And there are many, many exciting fields where this work is underway. So I'm very pleased that UNSW is working with GRIHA to share the learning across both countries. UNSW is recognised worldwide for its expertise in the built environment and its interdisciplinary approach. And I don't need to go into that any further. I think Professor Jacobs laid that out very, very eloquently and well. So I'm so happy to see the capability of our two countries come together on these issues. There are 3 or 4 things that I think we need to consider and where we are already working together on. If we're talking about integrated sustainability, then one of the things we're talking about is energy efficiency. We're talking about projects to improve energy and water efficiency right across the building and urban environment, as well as in the rural environment, in industry and in daily living. The second thing is resilience to natural disasters, and Professor Jacobs, I think, spoke most movingly from first hand of the experience we are undergoing in Australia at the moment with the horrific bushfires that we are experiencing. We have been very, very keenly aware of the challenges both countries face with natural disasters, and it's why Australia was so proud to be among the first countries to join India's initiative to build a coalition for disaster-resilient infrastructure. The third thing is, of course, climate change and climate resilience. We know that a warming climate will have a huge impact on India. A 1 degree rise in temperature will equate to a 1.33% reduction in per capita output, which is an enormous loss for a country of 1.3 billion. Technologies can be employed to reduce air pollution, to improve our urban and rural environments, to develop cleaner industries, for example, in brick kilns, diesel particulate filters, and cleaner cook stoves. Water efficiency is very important. Safe and reliable urban water supply is dependent on good management of river basins and groundwater, irrigation efficiency in agriculture, and schemes for pollution abatement, which is why we're working to see where we can help and work and provide and share expertise with India's quest to deliver water to every household. So these are all the areas where we're working together. There are many, many more I could list, but I think shortness of time precludes me from doing that. But I'm certain that these issues will come up as you deliberate today. I'm so pleased that we're able to participate in this summit again this year, and I wish you all the best for your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. GRIHA Council is pleased to announce the launch of new version of a GRIHA rating version 2019. The new version of the rating has technical revisions with an introduction to life cycle costing and life cycle assessment and WPI concepts. I would request our dignitaries to please release the GRIHA version 2019. The requirements of the ratings is now strengthened for 7 broad typologies: residential, institutional, retail, commercial, healthcare, airports, and hospitality. The rating is designed for all climatic zones, including cold, and incorporates regional variations as well as climatic resilience aspects. We are very honored and privileged to have with us here Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways and MSMEs, the Government of India. I would request Gadkari ji to please come and address the audience. Thanks, sir.
President Mr. Dr. Ajay Mathur, all respectable dignitaries on the dais, and dear friends. Sustainable development is a very important and crucial agenda for the government. And today, in the present scenario, we are basically facing many problems which are creating, particularly in the field of urbanization, we are facing the problem of pollution, air pollution, water pollution. Energy consumption is also a big challenge. And now it is time for us to think in a new direction with a new vision. And that is the reason that sustainable development is the important agenda for the government. Basically, in India, the 65% of the population is in rural area. And now there is a process of migration from rural to urban India is continuously increasing. We have to find out a solution, and that is the reason that for our sustainability, three important factors which were very important for the future of our country. One is ethics, economy, ecology, and environment. Economy is equally important. We need to create more employment potential. At the same time, we are very much committed for the growth, and we are the fastest growing economy in the world. But at the same time, there are some strengths and there are some weaknesses. As far as our agriculture, rural and tribal sector is equally important. And today, particularly as a MSME, I am minister in charge, we are giving highest priority for development of employment potential in the area of agriculture, rural India and tribal sector. 115 districts where people are facing acute problems and poverty is a big problem, where we need to use the appropriate technology by which we can give them a sustainable life. The government has already taken decision. As a transport minister, we are concentrating on biofuels. That is, our import of petroleum crude oil is 7 lakh crores. Now we are thinking and trying our level best to formulate the policy for making of biofuel, which is very important, and it is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. We are now planning for giving priority for ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-CNG and electricity in the transport. And today we are seeing the results. The sector is developing very fast. The Delhi is facing the problem of air pollution, water pollution. It is a lot of the many reasons where we are facing this problem, but where we need to, particularly the rice straw, that is we name as popularly known as Parali, and now we are planning to make bio-CNG from Parali in Delhi. We are thinking of making ethanol from biomass, and we have also launched a motorcycle bike on 100% bioethanol. So even last 26 January's function, our Air Force helicopter and plane, fighter plane, jet plane, use bio-aviation fuel 100%. We have taken one spice jet from Dehradun to Delhi by using 25% bio-aviation fuel. The innovation technology is very important. Innovation, technology, research, science, skilled, we name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future for the country. And for sustainable development, we need to plan the policy where we can convert waste into wealth. And we can make the technology available for the poor people by creating not only employment potential, but at the same time sustainable growth. And for that reason, we need more research and a vision for development, particularly for green. I am really happy that I know that in Nagpur I was a part of the function. The GRIHA mission is very, very clear, and Clean India, Green India is the mission, and now for that purpose we need more research, more development, particularly in the field of ecology and environment, where we have to protect the ecology and environment of the country. We need to have conversion of waste material into wealth, and there is a huge potential. I am from Nagpur. I am member of parliament from Nagpur. In my own city, we are selling our sewage water to government of Maharashtra. By making of recycling of water, we are getting 300 crore rupees per year. And now we have decided to make methane from that. And we are now developed 7 biodigesters using fruit, vegetable waste and mutton, fish market waste and the sludge 650 ton available every day, and using biomass making for methane, and from methane we get bio-CNG. And already we are running 80 buses on bio-CNG. The planning is next 2 months we are converting 400 buses on bio-CNG, 100 cars and 100 trucks. So this is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free. The use of disastrous material, particularly the waste, into wealth is a really a new vision for the country. So now I know that the GRIHA Summit is very important, but when I visited in exhibition, there are a lot of new innovations. I was very much impressed by that. The hydroponics is the future. The using of bamboo is very equally important. It is not only important for creating employment potential in tribal area, but now we are making very good quality of cloth from bamboo. In Nagpur, we have one project, they are using 70% bamboo fiber and 30% cotton fiber. Very beautiful fabric is there. At the same time, we are making the furniture from bamboo, we are making bioethanol from bamboo, we can make bio-CNG from bamboo. And now this is the time, by using the best technology and best practice in the world in the different fields, we can make use of that technology in the country, and which is very important for our sustainable living. Today I am happy that the institution is thinking about the new vision of 21st century, which is really important as far as our ecology and environment is concerned, which is going to create more employment potential, which is going to create development of backward area, particularly the agriculture, rural and tribal area of the country. And it is very important for the economy, and the economy without ecology and environment is meaningless. We need to develop good economy, at the same time we have to make the balance between the ecology and environment with the development. So today the approach of GRIHA is very important. I really appreciate it. My all best wishes with you, and whatever the new policy which you want to suggest for government, we will accept it, because as a government under leadership of Modi ji, we are very much committed for clean India and green India. And as a MSME minister, I am always trying to develop the new technology, new innovation. And now just I am giving you an example for honey. We are making the honey as a big economy in the country. In place of sugar, now we are now in the process of finalizing the technology that we are making honey cubes. And in place of sugar, we will use honey cubes. So it is going to create a big employment potential boost to the rural, tribal, agriculture and particularly the forest area people. So we need to find out what are the new technology which are useful for the backward, tribal and rural agriculture area, where we need to have to more concentration on it. In the construction also, we are using a lot of waste materials. Because of thermal power plants, we have a lot of fly ash is available. And for environment point of view, we can use fly ash as a waste material for construction. We can using it, making a lot of things from fly ash. Even in the road sector, I am giving a very good example of Maharashtra, because we have a lot of water problem. So we need aggregate. So I request the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and he issue one notification by which we are deepening the rivers and nalas in the road section, and for that we are using that material for as aggregate for road construction. Crore liters of water storage has now created by NHI. It's a very success story. In Buldana Jilla district, Akola district, Washim districts, where maximum farmer suicides are there. And now for this year there is no water problem, because water conservation is there, water bodies are created, the rivers are now newly generated and they are flowing, and there is no cost, because it is without cost. The NHI has taken the responsibility using that aggregate by which we achieve our goal. So in the lot of fields, particularly in the field of infrastructure, we want to use new technology, new innovation, waste materials. We are now making plastic mandatory on road construction, 8% plastic. So that is very important as far as our ecology and environment is concerned. We are already as a minister, when I was minister for Namami Ganga, we have given 6,000 crore for Delhi government for purification of water which is going to Yamuna. Already 13 plants, the Delhi government is working on it. We have completed many projects in Ganga. It's one of the interesting example in Mathura. The sludge of Mathura is now making recycling of it by a private operator. It is a hybrid annuity project. and 40% is from the government as a grant in aid and 60% from the entrepreneur. The Triveni Engineering is the company, and they are now making recycling of water, of the sewage water, and the water now is used by Indian Oil in Mathura. They are giving 20 crore rupees royalty per year. So the waste of wealth is definitely a viable concept. We need to apply it for, and we can convert it. It is going to resolve the problem not only of development, but also the problem of ecology and environment. So this not new approach, but this is a fundamental approach which is very important for the sustainable development. And that is exactly the vision which the GRIHA is giving to the country. I really appreciate. I am giving my all best wishes, all full support from government, and also I am confident that particularly the collaboration with the Australian University, the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor is here. We can accept whatever the new innovative technology and successful practice in the world. We can adopt that and we can use all this technology in our country. We have a tremendous potential, and that is the reason that it is not only going to create employment, it is not going to only eradicate the poverty, but it is going to give us a sustainable development. And ecology and environment point of view, it is equally important. So I am giving my all best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Gadkari ji. Indeed, wealth from waste is an innovative way to keep the economy, the ethics, ecology, and the environment in fine balance. I would request Dr. Ajay Mathur to please present our dignitaries. A group photograph first. I would request Dr. Ajay Mathur to please present a small gift from our side to our dignitaries for taking the time out and coming here and showing their support for the GRIHA Summit. Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Thank you, Gadkari ji, for coming here, sir. Thank you. We will now be giving away the GRIHA ratings for those projects that have done exceptionally well. I will just introduce our ratings, which is the first one. The first variant is the GRIHA rating. It is designed for new constructions having built up area of more than 2,500 square meters. The rating system consists of 31 categories. Categorized under various sections such as site planning, construction management, occupant comfort and well-being, sustainable building materials, performance monitoring and validation, and innovation. So I would request our dignitaries on stage to please give away these ratings, and I would request all the winning projects and the teams to please come on the stage from the left side. So we will start with the GRIHA ratings, and the first project to win, to be given the plaque is the Titan Corporate Office Integrity Campus. They have received the GRIHA 5-star rating for their campus in Bengaluru. The next project to win the GRIHA 5-star rating is ITC Kohinoor of Hyderabad. Big round of applause for the winning project, ITC Kohinoor, Hyderabad. Nasan in Bangalore is the next project to get the GRIHA 5-star rating. Nasan in Bangalore. The next project to win the GRIHA 5-star rating is IIM Kozhikode Campus Phase 5. The location, of course, is Kozhikode. I would request the IIM Kozhikode campus team to come on stage. The next project to get the GRIHA 5-star rating is the mixed-use commercial project developed by iRio Hospitality Company in Gurugram. So please welcome on stage the iRio Hospitality team. The next project to get the GRIHA 5-star rating is the Bihar Museum in Patna. The next project to get the GRIHA 5-star rating plaque is the new administrative building of the Collector's Office in Pune. The next project, which is getting a GRIHA 4-star rating, is the Neer Shakti Sadan NHPC office complex in Faridabad. The next project to get the GRIHA 4-star rating is the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Pune. The next project getting the GRIHA 4-star rating is the guest house building at IITB, which is IIT Mumbai. The team is not here to receive their plaque, but we congratulate them for making a sustained effort towards sustainability. The next project to get the GRIHA 4-star rating is Tower A AIPL Business Club, Gurugram. The next project being granted the GRIHA 4-star rating is Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, Delhi, academic block and the seminar block. Location is New Delhi. The next project getting the GRIHA 4-star rating is JIPMA International. The next project getting the GRIHA 4-star rating is the JIPMA International School of Public Health, JISPH, JIPMA Hospital Campus, Puducherry. Alright, so the JIPMA team is also getting a 3-star rating for the upgradation of the JIPMA Rural Health Center in Ramanathapuram in Puducherry. So the team is on stage. Big round of applause to the team from Puducherry who has got ratings for 2 of their projects. The next project to get the GRIHA 3-star rating is IIT DESE and the CESE building, Mumbai. The next project to get the GRIHA 3-star rating is the OTM accommodation at 505 Army Base Workshop, Delhi Cant in Delhi. The next project to get the GRIHA 3-star rating is the Bama Shah State Data Center in Jaipur. The next project to get the GRIHA 3-star rating is the Kalpana Chawla Government Medical College Hospital Block, OPD Block and Cafeteria, Karnal in Haryana. The next project getting the GRIHA 3-star rating is the CREST DLF5 Gurugram. The next project getting the GRIHA 3-star rating is the Staff Porters Transit Camp Community Center of RHQ Complex, Bengaluru. we have so far given away the rating for the GRIHA variant, which is for new constructions having a built-up area of more than 2,500 square meters. Now we'll be giving away the plaques in the GRIHA rating category. So the simple, versatile, affordable GRIHA rating is a rating designed for an extension of GRIHA specifically for projects with built-up area of less than 2,500 meters. So in this variant, we have the project getting the GRIHA 5-star rating is Sukoon in Indore. The next project getting the GRIHA 5-star rating is the Mess and Consumer Store building for RCSM Medical College, Shendapar, Kolhapur. The next project getting the GRIHA 5-star rating is the PWD division and subdivision office building at Deglu district, Nanded. So please welcome the team from Nanded on stage. The next project winning the GRIHA 4-star rating is Singapore International Preparatory School, Gurugram. I think the award receivers are not here. We'll move on to the next project which has received the GRIHA 4-star rating, and that is the Boys Hostel at PG College, Agastmuni. Would request the team of the Boys Hostel at PG College, Agastmani, to please come on stage. Okay, they have received their award. The next project getting the GRIHA 4-star rating is Varindra Constructions Limited Corporate Office in Gurugram. The next project getting the GRIHA 4-star rating is the construction of backward class girls hostel at Bhivkund, Visapur, district Chandrapur. So this is located at district Chandrapur, and we would request the team to please come on stage. The next project to receive the GRIHA 3-star rating is the STPI office building, Allahabad. The next GRIHA project to get 2-star rating is the office building for Punjab and Sindh Bank in Gurugram. The next project receiving the GRIHA 2-star rating is the HPCL Nalagarh revamping project in Nalagarh. Now we have GRIHA for existing day school rating. It gives us immense pleasure to announce that we have rated the first school under the GRIHA for existing day schools category. This rating was specially launched for the existing day schools with the intention to instill the concepts of sustainability in the minds of children, which are likely to be ingrained in them once they grow and become responsible citizens. So, the GRIHA rating for daycare 5-star goes to Dalmia Vidya Mandir, Rajgangpur, Odisha. GRIHA for affordable housing is aligned to Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. The GRIHA affordable housing rating is designed for many low-income households to reduce their operational cost and GHG emissions by improving their resource efficiency. The rating evaluates the environmental performance of residences holistically over the entire life cycle. And for this category, the GRIHA for affordable housing 2-star, the winning project is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana EHP project Smart Ghar 3 in Rajkot. So the winning team is not here, but congratulations to all the projects that have got the ratings today. It's a huge honor and it shows your commitment towards sustainability. I would request Dr. Ajay Mathur to please present our dignitaries with a small gift from our side. We are very grateful to them for coming here and for encouraging all the projects that have undertaken this exercise and got themselves rated for following sustainability practices. I would request Dr. Mathur to please present our esteemed dignitaries with a small gift from our side. Big round of applause for our dignitaries on stage, and we are very grateful to them for coming here and supporting this concept of integrated sustainability. Thank you so much. Since we are running a little behind time, we are now going to move on to our plenary session. And here we will discuss the approach to integrated sustainability when faced with the grand challenge of rapid urbanization. All right, just to get the stage ready for the plenary session, we'll just take a 2-minute break and then we'll start the plenary session. I would request all of you to please settle down, take your seats, clear the aisle. We'll start with the plenary session. I request all of you to please take your seats. We'll now proceed with our plenary session where we'll discuss the approach to integrated sustainability when faced with the grand challenge of rapid urbanization. Cities across the world, including India, are growing rapidly, placing a great strain on resources. Unless urban solutions are developed, cities will continue to deplete resources, increase temperatures, and contribute to chronic poverty. For this discussion, we have on stage, and please join your hands together in welcoming our distinguished speakers of this panel on stage. We have Professor Helen Lockhead, the Dean of Faculty of Built Environment, UNSW Sydney. Ms. Lockhead is an architect and urban designer with over 20 years of senior management and project delivery experience in both private and public sectors in Australia and the United States. We have Professor David Sanderson, the lead of UNSW Rapid Urbanization Grand Challenge, Faculty of Built Environment, UNSW Sydney. Professor Sanderson holds a PhD in Urban Livelihoods and Vulnerability. In recent years, he has led the post-disaster reviews in Haiti, Pakistan, India, the Philippines, and Nepal. We also have on stage Mr. Peter Sogard, MSc Biologist, Project Manager, City of Aarhus. Mr. Sogard is a biologist, MSc in the Technical and Environmental Department of the Municipality of Aarhus, Denmark. He has more than 12 years of practical experience working with stream, forest, and ecosystem management. We have Dr. Madhumita Roy. She's a professor and former head of Department of Architecture at Jadavpur University. She was the founder, director of the School of Planning and Architecture, Amity University, Kolkata. She has served in various capacities in different government departments like Kolkata Municipal Corporation, the West Bengal Housing Board, the West Bengal Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation, among others. And of course, we have Dr. Ajay Mathur, President GRIHA Council and Director General of TERI. A round of applause for all our speakers who have gathered on stage here. I would request Dr. Mathur to kindly, first of all, I think we'll take a group photograph. Since all of you are on stage, I request all of you to please stand for a group photograph. I would now request Dr. Ajay Mathur to kindly introduce the theme of the session. Please welcome Dr. Ajay Mathur.
Colleagues, we begin with this first session which focuses on the grand challenge of urbanization. In almost every country of the world, urbanization is a challenge. It's a challenge for different reasons in different parts of the world. In India, it is a challenge because we are looking at three things happening at once. Cities are growing, that's one. But the second is that as we move towards making the cities livable, there is a range of issues that we need to consider, that the buildings are friendly, apart from being resource efficient, that the infrastructure, the mobility is such that it helps people to move, whether it is to their work or it is for leisure. We need to ensure that there are spaces where people can speak, can play, kids can play, people can talk. So that's the second. And the third is the growing challenge of ensuring that we reduce and ultimately go to zero as far as our emissions are concerned. And the issue in countries like India is that all those three things are happening simultaneously. But it also is a place for huge opportunities. It's a place for opportunities in as much as you grow infrastructure, can we design it? Can people start living in it so that it meets all the three goals? If I look at urbanization in the city of Delhi itself, in the 40 years or so that I've lived in this city, one of the very interesting things is that the 6 or 7 satellites of Delhi, in fact, it's even difficult to call them satellites. Some are part of town, like Dwarka or Vasant Kunj and so on, all of which have been developed in the last 30 years. And then you have cities like Gurgaon, Noida. Each of these is a fully working, fully populated urban conglomeration, but within the larger Delhi concept. Is this the way that we will move ahead? If it is, then we need to make sure that we can get these satellites and the mother city to talk to each other as well. And talking is more than just telecommunications. It's also about people being able to move from one to the other, but in a manner that makes the vast bulk of movement within the satellite towns. There are obviously other challenges in other parts of the world. If the cities are not growing, then the challenge is how do you convert the infrastructure into infrastructure that is climate friendly, that is resource efficient, though over longer cycles than you would have in cities like Delhi. All of this has to be done in a manner that is affordable. So we are looking at affordability, we are looking at livability, we are looking at planet sustainability together. This session provides a platform for the renowned experts who have here from various disciplines and practitioners to talk about how this can be done, about the kinds of ways in which these challenges have been met, and how do we look at possible solutions coming together. With that, can I hand over to Dean Lockheed for taking this ahead. Thank you. Helen, all yours.
Oops, sorry, I'm just going to have to rearrange this a little bit. Can you just stop? Yes. Is it going to appear up there? Oh, you have to rearrange the settings. So can you arrange the things? Yeah. Oh well, okay, everything's going to be flat. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. Can you sort that out? Okay, great. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. In the built environment, proportions are very important. Thank you, AJ, for the introduction. I'm just going to set a scene based on work we're doing in Sydney. And while Sydney is a very different context to Delhi, or indeed many cities around the world, there are many lessons which are equally applicable. Sydney is considered one of the most livable cities of the world. It is a city of 5 million people, but like many cities around the world, it is growing exponentially. This is what we think of as being Sydney, but that little white square is only a very small segment of what is the greater Sydney metropolitan area. And as we are seeing everywhere throughout the world, it is growing at a rate and pace we've never experienced before. By 2050, the city will be 80% larger than it is today. And with that comes a range of challenges, not just environmental challenges, but social and economic disparity. And you can see by this map the spatial divide that is occurring between the haves and the have-nots in our city today. And that is only going to get worse if we don't do something about it. The suburbanization of disadvantage in Sydney is one of our most pressing urban challenges.
It plays out in terms of low density sprawl with poor access to transport, work, employment and educational opportunities, low amenity, poor infrastructure, and an increased dependency on cars and without that public transport infrastructure. And the consequences are dire. Air pollution is extreme, and with that comes chronic health impacts such as asthma, diabetes, increased flooding, heat island impacts related to higher temperatures in the West, and so it goes on. So with these urban challenges, we actually have an increasing conglomeration of environmental challenges, of degradation of land. We've heard about climate impacts, as well as social challenges, health challenges, and with this cluster effect, business as usual is not an option, and it isn't in Sydney. But with that imperative comes an opportunity to do things differently. We can no longer have single-based solutions, but we have to actually have multi-purpose, multifaceted solutions to actually deal with these challenges. They're complex, and they need an integrated response. That requires strategies at every scale, small and large, strategic and tactical, working together. And then when we do work at multiple scales and have interventions from the strategic to the small, we can actually address multiple agendas. And this is what we're trying to do with tackling problems at every scale. And with this becomes innovation and integration. So I would suggest that an integrated approach to urbanism is going to have a much greater impact in terms of multiple benefits. And that starts off with having an evidence-based decision-making to your approaches. We need strong research to form an evidence base to really put in place policies which are robust and enduring, and that actually will inform better practice. So let's start with research. At our faculty at the University of New South Wales, we are very much focused on shaping future cities, and cities which are fundamentally more resilient, informed, healthy, smart, connected, green, livable, and inclusive. And that requires us working together. In our faculty, we not only focus on high-performing built environments to ensure that they are more climate and carbon sensitive, but also focused on how people engage with those environments. So that's human-centered design approaches, a socially inclusive agenda, and underpinned by new and emerging technologies to inform us in terms of that decision making. So that is the paradigm in which we work. And examples of that are the CRC for Low Carbon Living, which was mentioned earlier, led by Deo Prasad, been very instrumental in developing new cut-through policies and initiatives, including the Cooling Sydney strategy. The City Futures Research Centre, which is providing analytical data and increased information on housing affordability in Sydney and the importance of well-being in terms of livability of our city. So we know over 90% of Australia's population live in cities, and greenhouse gas emissions are one of the hugest contributors to the demise of the urban environment. But the issue in Australia, and it is different in different cities, is that 60% of the built environment already exists today, as opposed to infrastructure, which is actually being replaced and growing fundamentally at a rapid rate. So we need new and innovative infrastructure, but we also need to look at retrofitting and reusing and adapting the built environment to be part of the solution. It is not a matter of delete, replace. If we're talking about an integrated, more sustainable future, it's a matter of actually working with what exists, improving it, repairing it, regenerating it, and renewing it, as well as introducing new cut-through infrastructure. So in this hypothesis, urban regeneration and new, green, innovative infrastructure are fundamental to more sustainable, resilient cities. And so here are some of the initiatives being undertaken in Sydney. In policy, these researchers inform the Metro strategy and also the work of the City of Sydney, who's leading the way in terms of developing a more resilient, inclusive city. And these are a number of policies which not only underpin an economic future for the city, but a greener and carbon positive future, which is inclusive of all. It is fundamentally based on what is good for the environment is good for people and good for the economy. It has also informed a vision for the city, which is a green parkland city, of the harbour city, the river city, and the Western Parkland city, of not the Western Parkland city not being a place of the periphery of the disadvantaged, but a place to refocus and introduce the amenity of the harbour city further west. Of course, that means new infrastructure, including a new second airport, new rail and metro connections, and this is played out in terms of this diagram for the future planning of up to 2050 of the Western city, but also in retrofitting town centres and creating jobs closer to transport nodes, as well as urban amenities and community services. Some of these are new town centres, and some of those are improved and retrofitted. And that also includes making it more livable for people to actually have active lifestyles with high amenity. In Western Sydney, the temperatures can be up to 10 degrees hotter than in the eastern city, closer to the coast and the harbour. And so creating green and blue infrastructure, which enhances that amenity, is absolutely fundamental to cooling the environment, as well as creating a more amenable place and healthier place to live. So places for people, new parklands, new green links. And fundamentally, none of this can happen if we don't look after what exists. And that's about protecting the natural and environmental assets, the land uses and resources that we have, not only the existing natural resources, but the agricultural land and the biodiversity to build resilience to future hazards. We know we have plenty of hazards, both precipitous, such as the bushfires we've been experienced recently, but also the slow-moving stresses that we need to accommodate. So without good planning, none of these can be addressed. So here is an example of maintaining and renewing the waterways. So policies such as greener places have informed the Sydney Green Grid, the idea of connecting not only blue infrastructure, green infrastructure, transport, and cycles and active walking. In practice, that plays out through a number of projects, and I just want to give you a few case studies of how that plays out at a smaller scale. So for me, sustainability starts at the region. If we don't deal with the urban response, resilience, sustainability, integration cannot happen at the scale of the room. So we need to have all of these scales working together. So starting at the urban scale, green and blue infrastructure are fundamental to developing resilience and livability. Here is a project that we piloted in Parramatta some time ago, looking at the spatial deficit of access to green space. The areas in pink were mapped, and what we could see was many of the inhabitants did not have access to green space. We also then actually were able to identify that those connections to green waterways, to actually ensuring we can manage flood, and also connect people through active transport, could also be tied in, and this was the fundamental underpinning of the Sydney Green Grid. Small interventions, a big strategy with small interventions can incrementally add up to a connected system, which is both resilient and provides amenity. Connecting infrastructure is not just about green space, but it's about active transport, and good urban design is fundamental to that. In the City Futures Research Centre, analysis was done on cycling patterns in Sydney, and what was found was that while there is an appetite for cycling, the infrastructure is poor. It not only mapped out the infrastructure was poor, but that in fact there were very different patterns of usage of the network by women and men, and you can see that in the red and the blue mapped on this diagram here. Fundamental to that was the issue of safety and security for women, and the solution, of course, is well-designed cycle infrastructure, which of course augments the green grid. So this green grid is not only a place for connecting the greenery of the city, but it's also an opportunity to connect cycleways, active transport, pedestrians, and make Sydney a safer, more integrated a city for all people, especially women who also want to be active cyclists as well as transport users. And urban retrofit. So what does that mean? Much of the city is now being pressured for development. Areas which are otherwise identified as not suitable for urban renewal of her housing, for commercial activity, or former industrial lands. But these lands are increasingly being redeveloped, and we need to ensure that when we do it better than before. This is an example of a project I was involved in some years ago at Victoria Park in Sydney, formerly swampland, flood-prone, still flood-prone, and yet the urban proposition to deal with that was actually to make fundamentally water management key to the urban regeneration of the area. The whole street and block structure are generated around the ability to collect and retain water, to reuse it and recycle it. Gutters such as along the street you see here were designed to be leaky, to actually take water in, to filter it before it was reused and reclaimed and used in detention basins in the public domain, and also reused in other parts. And here you can see it's used in water fountains and elements, as well as the park becoming a detention basin during peak areas of rain. So it makes a development which is not only suitable for living, but something which was environmentally an improvement on what there was before. This area no longer floods, and the water is all reused, recycled, and repurposed. So it has multiple benefits, a new place to live, as well as dealing with a remediated landscape. But it's not only the urban areas, it's the suburban areas that we need to focus on. And creating an amenity and purposeful open space in the suburbs is even more important, where much is leftover space. It's also an issue I see increasingly in India, where new development is happening in isolation, in random settings, without the integration to existing urban centres. In the periphery of Sydney, this is even more profound, where large tracts of land are unusable. We did this study with the Western Sydney Council a few years ago at mapping the increasing cost of this residual space to the community and to the public coffers. It cost millions of dollars every year just to mow the unused areas of grass along roads and drainage easements. We came up with a strategy to actually look at that space in a much more integrated way through restoring degraded waterways, by dechannelizing existing stormwater culverts, which has actually been done in this project here in Blacktown, by reforesting, by either through plantations or through regeneration of existing landscapes, introducing productive landscapes and market gardens, which is employed in other parts of Sydney, and including new forms of agriculture, and reorienting the edges. So housing, which used to turn its back on these drainage areas, actually turns its front on it, and it becomes an amenity for the community and a useful open space connected with cycling and walkways. So by taking a more integrated approach at the strategic urban scale, which informs policy and practice, we can see that we can make the city not only more sustainable, but more livable and sustainable and more equitable. And that's a way we can achieve a much greater impact through integrated, sustainable approaches. Thank you. I'd just like to introduce our next speaker. So over to you. Thank you. Yeah.
Very good morning to all the esteemed dignitaries on dais and all the dignitaries present as audience in the audience. Now, before I begin, I'd like to mention that I have a very, very unusual background. As mentioned in the introduction, that I am into teaching for 20 years' time, and thus involved with research and other activities. But before joining teaching, I was in 2 different government departments, starting from corporation, housing board, new township project, and lot of other areas. And I am closely working with different government departments till now. Now today's topic is challenges to rapid urbanization. Challenge is always good because innovation starts when there is a challenge. Now, the first and foremost issue, but I find that we have a very generic definition regarding urban area. Since 1951, this definition is continuing with a little bit change, and which is basically based on the population and the population density. Now, our country is developing with decades, and we have not changed the definition of urban area. Now, this is one issue, and with this, another issue is very much linked, that is mismatch in estimations in population. Now, when any guest from outside visit a city or an urban area, now how do they feel that, how do they understand that this is a different urban area? This is Kolkata, this is Delhi, this is Mumbai, only by looking at the structures. Now, we have never taken into consideration about the physical planning parameters into the definition of urban area. Our cities, as we all know, our cities are formed by default and not by design. So, there are areas which are defined as cities, urban agglomerations, metropolitan cities, towns, but we have a lot of gray areas in between which are also developing, which also is termed as urban areas. How to understand, how to go about with the planning of these areas? Now, being presently I'm acting as a SIA member in for Government of West Bengal. Now, in the last 3 years, I found at least 40 to 45 projects which are coming up in rural context only. It is not falling in the city limits, within the city limits. So, lot of gated communities, because now presently we are having affordable housing schemes. So, lot of projects are coming in the rural context without any infrastructure. Now, FAR and FSI, this is an important tool, as we all know, in the building rules and regulations. Now, in the entire country, this FSI value, it varies from, say, from 1.5 to 5.5. Other cities in other countries, they are having higher FSI values. Now, our building rule document, what I found, because I am engaged with this formulation of building rules since for past 20 years time, what I found that these are the documents which are copied and edited from of earlier building rules. We need to think afresh about our own cities. These are our cities. In the building rules and regulations, other parameters which are called ground coverage, building heights, use category, parking norms, lot of other things are there. Now, what about when we find the pictures like these in our cities? These are the cities. Interestingly, people like to have extras. They don't want what is mentioned in the building rule as FSI. They always want more. An extra floor, additional area in the form of cupboards. And we find pleasure in doing violations, because in the building rule document, there is a clause for regularization. If we do anything wrong, we can regularize that in near future. So that is our understanding. These pictures clearly shows that we are having high-rise, high-density buildings in a contiguous plot where we find high density medium rise buildings, which means that we can have higher heights in just adjacent plot because we have a blanket affair for the entire city. How can we have a blanket FSI value for the entire city? Because our city is not the same, similar, every part of a city is not similar. Another interesting point is that we find same cities everywhere. The 4 pictures are one from Kolkata, one from Delhi, Noida, one from Bangalore, and one from Navi Mumbai. Now, the aspiration of people and the designers to become same. We want to be same. How can we have same buildings, same cities in the entire country? Our country is known because of its diversity. But where are those implications? 10 years back, we were engaged in one research and developmental work by Kolkata Municipal Corporation, where we wanted to study the existing FSI value of the entire city. We took up the project and we studied each and every uses of each and every building in the city. And we found that it is very interesting to note that our city can be categorized, I am talking only for Kolkata city, it can be categorized into so many categories. Now, I have highlighted industrial in red only to mention that as per URDPFI guidelines, we can't have residential use adjacent to industrial use. But we are all aware that we can find these type of structures everywhere in our cities. Now, a building rule document should have a basis behind its formulation, and those bases should be activities, historicity of the city, building typology, economic networks, environment. There can be might more, but these are the points which we chalked out during that work. I categorize that the entire city into 3 zones. One is low stress zone, where the FSI value was below 2. The medium stress zone, where the FSI value varied from 2 to 5. And the stressed zone, the FSI value, the existing FSI value, we found it as more than 5, and it was extending up to 12. Now, if this is the present scenario of a city, then what is the purpose of our building rule document, where the permissible limits says that it can be only 2.75? My question is that, are we not ignoring some of the existing facts which are there in the city? A building rule document, whether it is only for the new projects, new buildings, then what will happen to the existing old cities? Beside this, we have a lot of other guidelines like National Building Code, URDPFI guidelines, and MOEF guidelines. Now, these are, people understand the difference between rule and guideline. People are not bothered. They don't realize that guidelines are also framed by professionals with lot of thought process. So, we don't care. We don't care. And what we care, what we can see above the ground, what we need, lot of things are happening underground because of our actions. We need to be careful about those items, those actions. Whose city cities are in transition. In one of our research project, we found that people living in the slum areas, every year I take my students to each slum and to one rural area, remote rural area. So we surveyed the socio-economic and the settlement pattern of those areas. Now, there we found that slum dwellers who is living in the slum or squatters, they are having one smartphone with them. And the physical structures are like this. All are documented. Do we really care about what is happening in and around ourselves? Recently, we are engaged in one R&D project, impact of urbanization on birds' habitat in Kolkata. Now we have started counting birds in the city. Now I tried for the funding for this project for last 6 years. No one listened to me, and everyone still they are laughing at me. Why the Department of Architecture will be working on birds' nest or birds' habitat? We are working in collaboration with the Department of Zoology and Botany. Definitely, I am not an expert in, I am not an ornithologist and ornithologist, and neither I am an expert in those areas. But my interest was that birds have a very strong connection with the trees. And as an architect, planner, urban designer, we are designing trees, we are planting trees for the beautification of cities. How much do we care for others? A city for whom means for whom? Only for humans. In the last week, I had been to Shanghai. Shanghai is a smart city, but we struggle to find one single bird in the city. It's a beautiful, nice city. Where are the birds? Where are they going? Trees are there. So it is not to document only the greens. Consciously, we have to be responsible. All have to be responsible. Facts, what I believe that facts not known to us. Number one, vision. How we want to see our city in 50 years' time, in 100 years' time, in 20 years' time. We don't know. Whose responsibility is to think about the vision? Our political leaders, our planners. We don't know the actual population, how many people are coming, how many people are residing in the city, both regular and floating. So how can we make the arrangement for the facilities which have to be there for catering that number of people? Existing FSI, FAR value, we don't know. Existing resources, we don't know. What is our soil condition? How much water do we have? What is the condition of our air? Whenever you start any research project, you will find that we don't know. We don't have adequate data to start that work. Land classification data. We don't know exactly where, which use category land is there. Existing limitations. We don't understand our existing limitations. And this is interesting to note that in our country, we have top-class bureaucrats, top-class technocrats, and excellent manpower. But we have very little coordination in between each other and very little respect for each other. We don't have enough coordination among ourselves. Thus, lack of preparedness delays the whole process and also create new risks which threaten to erode current development gains. We are never prepared with the facts and figures. Thus, when the JNU program was launched long back, we were not prepared. Recently, when the Smart City program was launched, we were not prepared, and thus it took a lot of time in the implementation process. But on the other hand, the fact is that urbanites are exposed to all kind of technological advancements. Now, how to bridge? We are smart, but our cities are not coping up with the smartness, smart technologies. We need to give enough respect and enough responsibility. We need to have enough responsibility as planners and the entire physical planning process. Thank you. This is at the end. Okay.
I don't know, should I be doing something to set this up? I should not. Good afternoon. My PowerPoint is short. I apologize. I'm using a PowerPoint. I'll speak for no more than 8-9 minutes. And what I'd like to talk about is the confluence of these three words: urbanization, risk, and transparency. And we've heard a lot about urbanization already. And how do I move forward? Ah, wonderful. Great. Thank you. Excuse me. We're unprepared. At least I'm unprepared. Okay, just to say, well, very quickly, we all know it's an urbanizing world. City growth around the world is just shy of 1.5 million people a week, which is an astonishing figure. And we're in an urban world, and that has strengths and weaknesses. And you can draw your own conclusions based on whether you think that's a good or a bad thing. On the right is one of the many graphs that exist, talking about over time our planet is warming up. We know that. We had a very eloquent conversation this morning about climate change, which we are clearly a part of. All the evidence points to that. This talks about water and weather and climate change going up. Other disasters, such as earthquake disasters, are on the increase, and I'll come back to why I say that with a degree of certainty. What I want to mention is when these two worlds come together, and we have disasters in urban areas, and of course, they're dreadful and awful. On the top right is an official from Japan after the 2011 earthquake in the sea that caused the tsunami. And he's pointing to where the city used to be, and behind is what the city is now. And you get the picture of total destruction in a country that's extraordinarily well prepared for disasters, probably the most prepared in the world. Bottom right is, in fact, the Kashmir earthquake, which affected, of course, India and Pakistan. In 2005, flimsy buildings that fell down to kill people, and earthquake deaths are caused by buildings that fall down. The bottom left happens to be Typhoon Haiyan in Tacloban in 2013 in the Philippines, and that ship was picked up and landed on top of a community living in an area just by the coast there, a low-income settlement. And the top left is Haiti, the terrible earthquake you may recall from 2010, where between 50 and 220,000 people died. No one really knows how many. The poorest country in the Western world, and there's a reason why that disaster was so bad. And that's because disasters aren't only natural. I'm sure almost everybody in this room has seen this. They're not only natural. The terrible effects in New Zealand just over a week ago of the volcano. Now, if nobody had been on that crater, that would have been a beautiful sight. The fact that 16 people died makes it a disaster. So that's vulnerability. The side that we can control, and I'm going to use that word, is vulnerability. So earthquakes are bad and kill people because of vulnerable conditions. And that's got, well, and that plays out. This is, these are both BBC. There are other news outlets available. I'm English, and I just happened to look at the BBC. That one on the left is from just 3 days ago, and there was a terrible earthquake in Albania a month ago, killed 51 people. And that story is talking about a number of people have been brought forward charges of murder because of a so-called natural disaster. And that's really interesting. That building fell down because of, it was built illegally. On the right, the Sichuan earthquake from 2008 that killed just shy of 70,000 people was a terrible disaster in China. And that photograph is in fact a government official who's asking forgiveness of local people because schools and hospitals fell down. Now, that's really strange. New buildings fell down with excellent building codes. And you can see where I'm going here on that. That shouldn't have happened. The reason it happened, a big part of that is corruption. That's not just anecdote. A piece of research in Nature Journal from 8-9 years ago correlated the amount of so-called natural disasters and corrupt countries. Those more corrupt, I should be very, very clear, all countries have levels of corruption. Those more corrupt correlated to where disasters were worse. That's not coincidence, and that's a very authoritative piece of work. Please look at that. And a definition I'm using here is abuse of entrusted power for personal gain. Abuse of entrusted power for personal gain. And that's got some of us thinking about this. A few of us who have been involved in disaster management, humanitarian aid for decades, in fact. And we're starting a new initiative. And this new initiative, we haven't even got a title yet. We're calling it Transparency, Accountability and Disasters. And so far, it's a group of us. It's the built environment at UNSW Sydney. It's a very well-known and respected NGO, Seeds India, founded by Dr. Anshu Sharma, who's in fact sitting at the back there. The Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, which is around humanitarian action, and our friends at the University of Technology in Sydney. And the question we're asking is, what made the disaster so bad? What made it so bad? It's not just the natural phenomenon that makes this so bad. So we've started digging, we started looking, and we found this conference, which was just over 2 weeks ago, in fact. And you know, when you jump from one world to the other, a parallel world, you find all kinds of activity. You just haven't happened to have peeked into that world. And of course, there's lots on corruption and infrastructure. This conference was in Hanoi 2 weeks ago, organized by the OECD and the ADB. There were about 200 people there, and it was fascinating. And there were lots of organizations. I just picked just a few there. The Infrastructure Transparency Initiative, Integrity Action, which is a citizen-led monitoring of corruption. Transparency, probably the most famous one, with their Perceptions of Corruption Index that they've pushed out now for 24 years. iPaidAbribe.com, which is an Indian organization, you're probably knowing it, which charts and maps and collects good stories of not paying bribes and bad stories, and is there. But less so on disasters and corruption, what caused the disaster. We found a little bit, we found some, we're starting to dig, we're finding more, but what we have found, unsurprisingly, is sobering. If you look at the diagram on the right, I'm not inviting you to read that, I'm just putting that up to demonstrate a bit of the complexity of the webs and the connections, and even be able to discuss this issue and what it all means. That's from the World Economic Forum, it has great intelligence on their website. Just 2 quotes, I had about 20, I've just popped up 2 here. One from 2005, that's actually a very long time ago. Between, what's that, 1/5 and 2/5 of assistance at a high level from the World Bank, an estimate is stolen every year. At the bottom, the global cost of corruption, more than 5% of global GDP, that's $2.6 trillion, with over $1 trillion paid in bribes every year. And that's across the world, and that's a few years old. Just imagine if we had 1/10 of that for climate change. Just imagine if we had 100th of that for climate change, or for the things we're talking about, and what we could do about that and the changes we should make. Just imagine. Okay, so the initiative, just to wind up with my last slide, the initiative which we're engaging in, which we're at the beginning of, and I'm deliberately throwing it out there, and inviting also, some of the things, obviously it's multidisciplinary, architecture, planning, built environment, but also law and political science, and people you might never normally talk to in the world you're in to connect and engage with. Research, obviously, impact, so what, obviously. Practice partnerships, engaging, building coalitions, doing stuff. Practice means maybe it's building codes. Of course it's building codes. Looking at different things and tracing what made those disasters so bad. And finally, the visualization. I wonder what a visualization of transparency, of corruption and disasters actually means, what that would literally look like. And so these are some of the things we're starting on. We're at the beginning of our story. We're just 2 or 3 months in. This is an invitation, actually. If this is interesting, please get involved. That's my email address. We've got the next launch at the end of this session, I guess, in the Mahogany Room. We have about 6 or 7 remaining seats. It'd be wonderful if it was packed out. because this is an interesting discussion. I've been mulling this over for a decade or more, and I've never met anybody who doesn't have a very strong opinion on this subject. And that's it.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this summit. I'm going to tell you a bit about what we think about green cities in Aarhus, in Denmark. Can you hear me? Good. Okay. Why does big cities matter? Well, big cities, it's estimated that in 2050, 70% of all people are living in cities. So this is where we get most benefits of thinking green living. And why green cities? Well, green cities are better cities. I mean, they provide new green jobs and new and better technology, but most of all, they create better and healthier lives for its citizens. And in Aarhus, I put in a map on the left. We have Germany to the south, just to orient it, and Sweden to the right. And on the left side, it's the Northern Sea and UK struggling to get out of the European Union. And we in Aarhus have an ambition of moving towards a fossil-free city in 2030. And I'm proud to say that we have already, we are halfway towards that goal by implementing most of the easy solutions, and now it's getting really difficult. From now on, we have to transform the whole city for being carbon neutral. So we have to make new ways of building, making new energy infrastructure, new ways of producing energy, and we also have to adapt to more extreme weather in the future. We are experiencing heavier downfall, and since we are a coastal city, we are also increasing the problems of increasing sea levels. So we have to make a more disaster resilient infrastructure in the city, creating a blue-green city with lots of green spaces where the water can store and be transported during heavy rains. But instead of applying more technical solutions, we want to use nature-based solutions. That means we want to use the way, we want to apply methods that nature uses for storing water and transporting water inside and outside the city. And when we use this water and try to implement it on the surface instead of using the pipes on the ground, we have been able to create more opportunities for leisure and outdoor life. One of the first projects we made in the late 90s was reopening of the river flowing through Aarhus. Aarhus means the city by the river in Denmark. So the river is, we are river dwellers like many other people. And the central part of city, the river was paved, the photograph on the left. Until the mid-90s, it was a central traffic road until from outside the city to the harbor area. But in the late 90s, we decided to clean the water in the river and to make a green space instead of it. So I think the construction period was about 10 years. And after that, we have created a central place with lots of green spaces for people to enjoy. This is where all activities take place during the summers. They have more photos of the river and the river areas. We're also working with water in small scales. This is a project of climate adaptation in the backyard in Aarhus. And by collecting all the rainwater from the roofs of the backyard, we have made a small pond that can handle all the water of up to a 10-year rain in Aarhus. And at the same time, it creates a lot of more biodiversity, and increases the social activity in the backyards. So a lot of benefits of this approach. Also, the evidence for the benefits of green living and green surroundings are piling up. This is on the left, the recent study from University of Aarhus, documenting that if you grow up in green surroundings for the first 10 years of your life, you have up to 70% lower risk of developing mental illness later on in life. And also it's well documented that green surroundings reduces stress levels in the population. We don't work on this only by ourselves. We want to have a high level of citizen involvement in the city. And to doing that, we have, among other things, a green embassy made of willow in the city, where people can come and share their ideas and hear about initiatives in the city. It's a very popular place. Right at the end of my discussion, I will briefly speak to you about our city-to-city cooperation with Udaipur here in India. It's under the Strategic Sector Cooperation Program with the Foreign Ministry of Denmark and the Danish Embassy. And the city of Udaipur is also, they're also river dwellers and have the same challenges as we have in Aarhus. We have for sustainability outcomes. It's mainly about water balance and water management. And I want to speak to you about outcome A, which is the river and lake restoration of the Ayad River. Udaipur has a river flowing through the city, and it's polluted and has a lot of garbage. But the city wants to, Udaipur is a part of the Smart City program, and they want to create an attractive, recreative riverside that is nice to experience for citizens and tourists. So we suggested that they should do a thematic river restoration, including some of the experiences we can find along the riversides, cultural, as well as biodiversity. There's a lot of bird life in the river area, and also social activities. People are using it already. Oh, sorry. And actually we have an exhibition. If you want to know more about the project, we have an exhibition outside where you're welcome to join. And also one of my colleagues are having a presentation in the afternoon about the river project and our suggestions. And well, we don't face the same problems as they do here in India and in Australia of the lack of water. We have the opposite problem of too much water, but we are trying to consider water as a resource, not a problem. A resource for us to rearrange the city and make more green space for the people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to our speakers. I know we've actually run over time, and I was just wondering whether the audience has an appetite to stay a bit longer and have a Q&A, or whether we should wrap up now. Can I just have a show of hands for people who are interested in asking our panelists some questions? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I might use this opportunity to thank our panelists. I was particularly interested in the provocations of our first two speakers that really actually set the scene, some of the problems, the lack of data, the ubiquitous sameness of our cities, and the challenges of making cities which are actually fit for purpose and unique to their place, and the issues of corruption and the connection to vulnerability, that if we don't deal with these issues, we will not actually have a more sustainable future. And the more optimistic presentation that we ended with by Peter on some of the solutions, not only in Denmark, in Aarhus, but also here in India by partnering together. So I was actually delighted. That was a good way to end, because it was pretty dire after David had finished his talk. I was thinking we need to actually have some good stories as well as actually revealing the challenges to get to those good stories in every situation. So thank you very much to all our speakers. Give them a round of applause, and thank you for joining us today.
Big round of applause for our moderator, Ms. Helen Lockett, Professor Helen Lockett. I would request Professor Helen Lockett to please present our panelists with a small token for coming here and sharing with us their experiences and raising very pertinent questions on our cities and what we need to do. So I would request you to please present a small token to Ms. Dr. Madhumita Roy first and the other panelists. A memento for Professor David Sanderson. And a small gift for Mr. Peter Sogard. I would request Ms. Shabnam Basi, the Secretary of the GRIHA Council, to please present Professor Helen Lockett with a small gift from our side for coming all the way here and steering this discussion. Big round of applause for all our speakers and the moderator, Professor Helen Lockett. So if you have heard something interesting here, I mean, these presentations are very interesting. Do tweet about it, do put it on social media, take it to a wider audience, and do tag us along. It's the hashtag GRIHA for all and hashtag 11GS. A big thank you to all our speakers on stage and to the moderator, Professor Helen Lockett. We'll now move on to the thematic track of changing consumer behavior at the Silver Oak. Women in Sustainability at the Amaltas and Vernacular Architecture at the Jacaranda. So please join us at these separate venues for our thematic tracks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over the next decade, half of India's people will live in its
behalf of GRIHA Council and UNSW Sydney, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Before we dive deep into today's session, let us get acquainted with the safety arrangements in Stein Auditorium. TERI is a quality, health, safety, and environment certified organization. In case of any untoward incident like fire, needless to say, evacuation is required, and we have 4 exit gates over here, 2 on my right, left, 1 on my right, and 2 at the back. And we have an exit gate, 2 exit gates on the top in the balcony. You are required to exit from this auditorium in case of fire. The fire marshals will take their positions in aisle and help you evacuate. With that note, I welcome you all for today's plenary session, Energy Challenge. The word challenge offers multifarious opportunities to increase the use of renewable energy and at the same time offset the energy consumption by efficient design of the built environment and systems, while strengthening the institutional regulations and policies in promoting low carbon living in urban India. Today's session will deliberate on taking an integrated approach to the energy challenge while discussing the issue of energy access, kind of technologies, investments, and infrastructure that are required to power India's fast-growing cities. With that note, I would like to invite all our esteemed speakers and moderator of the session to please come on the dais. With us, we have Professor Deo Prasad, CEO of CRC, Low Carbon Living Built Environment, UNSW, the moderator of the session. Mr. Abhay Bakre, Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Mr. Pramit Patel, Business Development Manager of Gujarat Guardian Limited. Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Managing Director, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. I think we don't have Mr. Kumar over here. Mr. Ashwini Pahuja, Chief Sustainability Officer and Executive Director, Manufacturing at Dalmia Cement. Dr. Anha Agarwal, Fellow, Center for Policy Research. Mr. Sanjay Seth, CEO of GRIHA Council. A warm welcome to all of you. I'm going to trouble you again for a minute that you'll have to come at the front for a group photograph, sir. Meanwhile, I'll introduce the moderator of the session. We have Professor Deo Prasad. He is a national leader in the field of energy, carbon in buildings and cities. This is evident by every level recognition that Sir has from the city, state government, federal government, Institute of Architects, and the Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering. His order in Australia is at the level of Padma Vibhushan in India. Sir has published more than 300 referred publications, including 7 books in the area. Most recently, he has been the Chief Executive Officer of the CRC for Low Carbon Living, a national research innovation hub for the built environment. This has been a highly successful center which has delivered significant carbon reductions while enabling more than $1 billion Australian economic impact in the country. May I welcome you, sir. You want to briefly introduce him? You want to briefly introduce everybody? What do you want to do that? So maybe I'll introduce quickly to everybody and then we'll take it over. So what I'll do, I'll quickly introduce all the speakers and then my job ends and sir is going to take it over from me. So with us we have Mr. Abhay Bakre, sir. He's the Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Government of India. His priority at BEE is to accelerate flagship programs such as PATH scheme for industry sector and adoption of building sector efficiency at state level. Before joining BEE, he has worked as Executive Director in the Ministry of Railways and he was Nodal Officer for GHG reductions in Indian Railways. We welcome you, Abhay, sir. Mr. Pramit Patel is a Business Development Manager at Gujarat Guardian Limited. Having more than 17 years of experience in cement and glass industry, he has been recognized as a solution provider, assisting project owners to make right choices when it comes to glass. To his credit, he is a ECBC master trainer and also a certified GRIHA professional. We welcome you, sir. With us, we don't have Saurabh Kumar, sir. We move on to Mr. Ashwini Pahuja, sir. He is the Executive Director and Chief Sustainability Officer with Dalmia Cement. He is leading the climate commitments and mitigation actions being taken up through initiatives such as new product development and technology advancement. Mr. Pahuja has over 39 years of experience in building material sector. He's a co-inventor in 16 patents and has published more than 81 technical papers in national and international journals. We welcome you, sir. With us, we have Dr. Anna Agarwal. She is a fellow at Center for Policy Research Initiative on Climate, Energy and Environment. Her research is on undertaking India's energy demand transitions and identifying ways to lock in low carbon energy consumption patterns for the long term. Her work currently focuses on residential electricity demand, particularly the cooling demand, which could be a substantial driver for future energy needs and carbon emissions. Prior to joining CPR, she was the Associate Director at the Urban Innovation and Senior Fellow at the Energy Policy Institute at the University of Chicago. We welcome you, Dr. Anna. Mr. Sanjay Seth, of course, I need not introduce my boss, but yes, I'll do with a very, very impactful line that sir has got more than 33 years of experience in power sector, both on demand side and supply side manager, and he keeps us always on the toe to do the job that we are doing right now. So we welcome you, sir. With this challenging task of very briefly introducing all our speakers with such high profile, I give it over to Professor Deoprasad to take it forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You've done large part of my work already, so I can just get on with the presentation. I think because of the late start, we have some time constraints, so we should be moving quite quickly. I will give a brief overview and then we'll follow the sequence of talks that have been introduced. So, rapid urbanization, a lot's been said. Energy is a large part of that challenge. The focus, the theme around the talks today is integrated approach to sustainability. And cities very clearly are most amenable to an integrated approach. It's very, very difficult to achieve outcomes in a siloed approach. So when we talk about resilience, some people have talked about resilience, urban microclimate, how do you design, plan, integrate these things. A lot of talk about smart, sustainable cities, community well-being, livability in cities at the same time. All these things you cannot just do in isolation in bits and pieces at a time. So the integrated approach that has been made a thematic of this conference is pretty well thought through. When we look at cities and energy in particular, we see that historically, long time back, cities, the wealth associated with ever-increasing ecological footprint, if you like. So more people used carbon-based energy and so forth, and carbon and climate change was not an issue. More recent times, sustainable cities and regenerative cities have come into the mainstream thinking. And the idea behind good design planning technologies is to relate wealth around those parameters. So by designing, planning regenerative cities, we should be able to do it not only economically, but as part of wealth generation for cities, because cities are a major part of the wealth of a nation. You probably all know about the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them, they're all interconnected. So integrated approach to delivering on those have also become very well understood. We look at cities, and as I mentioned earlier, they are the growth engines of every nation, and it is very important to make sure that in driving sustainability and environmental quality of life and competitiveness from an economic point of view, that you get the balance right, so that it's not just extreme of one at the expense of the other. So looking at an integrated way where you get your balance and priorities right is very important. We're going through a point in history at the moment. Historically, greenhouse gas emissions, largely due to energy, were directly connected with the national gross national product, if you like, the total national income. More recently, in the last decade or so, they have started separating, decoupling, and now you have economic growth happening measurably without a consequent increase in greenhouse gas emissions. So that's a very good sign that we can achieve economic outcomes without really having too much in terms of pollution and impact. Also, the ambassador from Denmark, I think this morning, mentioned people and behavior side of things. That is very, very important all along the way. And in his country, there is very clear evidence of behavioral change beginning to take fold. So the number of bicycles on the road, if you like, has been increasing, whereas the cars have been decreasing to the point where there are now more bicycles on the road than cars. And that's because of the mindset, the behavior change that's beginning to kick in. And it's not just about improvements in technology, but changes in behavior. One of the key changes that we talk about, and I'm sure our panelists will talk more about, is photovoltaics, renewable energy. And there's clear evidence globally of this increasing. And particularly in cities. Cities is where the demand is, and that's where most of the energy is needed, and that's where you have a lot of roofs and surfaces where you can put these things up. In Australia itself, we had 7 gigawatt peak of rooftop photovoltaics just a few years ago, and it's increasing at 40% a year. So, and that's we had a very good feed-in tariff, which kick-started this change, but now it's been taken out, and there is the same normal increase in the use of photovoltaics without those feed-in tariff now, because of other factors, social factors, behavioral factors have kicked in. So that's looking good. My Vice Chancellor this morning talked about UNSW's credentials. We have significant research development capability at the university, but also as an institution, we have gone 100% off-site PV. We looked at efficiency on campus, we then looked at on-site generation, and then looked at outsourcing for the campus needs. So using poles and wires that's out there, we bring electricity from a very large solar farm about 1,000 kilometers away. So that's kicking in, and that's actually offsetting 100% of the electricity needs. Time of day is a problem, and the grid is the backup storage. So that's really one of the leading activities. The building I work in, and as a showcase building for energy, it's a 6-star equivalent, platinum, but it generates a whole lot of electricity other than other forms like ground coupled and dry gen, and all these parameters have been tried. But the building also houses a photovoltaic center, which is one of the largest in the world, led by a colleague of mine, Professor Martin Green. So anyone studying photovoltaics will have read a book by Martin Green. So in addition to looking at technology development, we also do a lot of research within the centers at UNSW on looking at impacts of climate change, really at a granular level, looking at how microclimates are changing and what mitigation strategies might be applicable. And basic things like greenery, urban landscapes, water bodies, cool roofs, cool materials, cool paints, and so forth, and the combination of those, to what extent it can mitigate, so that not only you have discomfort problems that you are trying to deal with, but you're also trying to deal with energy, cooling load in buildings problems over time. Of course, greenery and urban landscapes pretty important. We have taken some of these ideas forward into what we call living laboratories for the granular studies. So we did a large development in Perth, Western Australia, where we looked at zero carbon communities, planned, designed, built and operated, fine-tuned with on-site efficiencies, and of course looking at on-site generation, community storage, and then outsourcing purchases and so forth. And this is about 100 houses at a time. And this test bedding has been a great experience. Out of that, we have produced products like the Power Ledger, which is peer-to-peer trading platform in blockchain. And you see it won a major award in Davos, the World Economic Forum award given by Richard Branson for a student project, which is now floated, and it's a company that's selling it to the world. There's about 6 countries are using a platform like that. It really suits cities where a whole suburb at a time can actually turn towards renewables. A lot of our work is, the success is measured by impact. So we have done a house to about 100 houses at a time, from which we collected evidence, and governments, in this case, the launch of a Victorian zero carbon housing policy by the minister there in the middle of that photograph, with some of our researchers trying to take it into policy, because when evidence goes to policy, you can start having large impacts. My own state, New South Wales, has established with us a energy efficiency decision-making node, which has been in operation for 4 years now. We do the research and provide the evidence, government takes it on and changes into policy, and then we measure the impact of that in terms of reductions in carbon and so forth. We also looked at photovoltaic systems themselves. We know, and there's a lot of speculation that there is a deficit in terms of predicted generation and actual generation, and we developed a tool that remotely measures the actual real-time generation, and as a result, if there are faults, if there are breakdowns and something's wrong, it's underperforming, then the company actually informs the owners. So that's now in about 6 countries, and a lot of utilities are using it. At city level, we are able to now benchmark, monitor, and track changes in terms of whole citywide carbon footprint using the standard ISO standards scope 1, 2, and 3 methodologies globally used. We can actually track level of carbon in cities. So tools like these have been really good. Someone mentioned waste materials and use of fly ash from electricity generation. We have developed geopolymer-based products which are now being sold internationally, and this company, Wagner's, has a joint venture in India through which it's now selling geopolymer products in India as a replacement for high carbon content concrete. We're looking at not only PV, but PVT, getting heat out of PV at the same time. We have dealt with developing business case and technical case for changes in building code, which through instruments like that drive change. And these are all possible through good research, high quality research. We applied those to City of Sydney for a 70% targeted reduction in carbon. And they now are expecting to reach that point well ahead of time. So integration, as the thematic suggests, is a key part of that. Unless you have an integrated approach, it might take much longer. And good research and development that underpins this is absolutely essential. Collaborative, getting governments, research providers, and industry all on board. And that's the center I lead, which is a collaborative research center, which delivers on a lot of these opportunities, products, technologies, and takes it out to impact. So with that, I would now call the next speaker, and I presume someone will change the slide. Thank you.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, dignitaries on and off the dais. It is pleasure and honor for us as a Gujarat Guardian Limited to welcome you all in this 11th GRIHA Summit. At Guardian Glass, one of the key philosophy that we have that says, always see what's possible with the glass. This keeps us constantly innovate our product and services with respect to various performance standards. Working closely on this philosophy, we have been able to create several unique mega and sustainable structures across the globe, and many more are in making as well. This includes the current tallest Burj Khalifa in Dubai, which is cladded with the Guardian glass, and also the upcoming tallest, which is Jeddah Tower, also known as Kingdom Tower in Jeddah, to be cladded with Guardian glass. We have started our project journey in India a couple of years back, and we have been able to participate in certainly some beautiful structures in India as well, which are sustainable and green. This includes a currently ongoing project, Surat Diamond Burj in Surat, which is cladded with Guardian glass, DS Neutral 40, which is, if you talk about Surat Diamond Burj, it is again world's largest commercial complex in a single building category. So we have set up a landmarks across the globe, and now we are coming to India and starting creating such landmarks as well. I will take a moment to introduce ourselves. We as a Guardian Industry is a US-based company. We are among the major leading float glass manufacturer. We have 26 float line across the globe and 22 coated line across the globe. With this 22 coated line, we are the world's largest coated glass manufacturer. When we say coated glass, it essentially refers to the glass that we use onto our building facades and fenestration when it comes to sustainable building. In India, we are known as Gujarat Guardian Limited. It is a JV between Modi Rubber Limited and Guardian Industries USA. In fact, we are the first float line of India. So we are operational since 1993 in India. And we are also credited with to launch the first lead-free mirror in India. Since then, we have been a market leader in the mirror segment as well. We have started our coated glass manufacturing somewhere last year around March, and we have been involved in doing projects with now our locally manufactured coated glass. So coming back to how we contribute to the project with respect to our products. Essentially, it is revolving around our most advanced, technologically advanced coating, which touches various aspects of the glass, starting from the performance to aesthetic to processability to durability and well-being part as well. So I'll not talk about all of them listed on this slide, but I'll briefly touch upon a couple of them which are crucial from an Indian market perspective. One of them is color rendering index. It essentially deals around aesthetics, but it is very critical for India. Most of the glass are coated on clear substrate, whereas we have seen in Indian market there are many of the coatings available which are done on the tinted substrates. So essentially, what is the difference? And at the top right, you can see when you see through the glass and try to connect to the world outside from your building, the top right picture, the one picture depicts how you see the world from our clear coated glass, and the another is with the tinted coated glass. And you can clearly see the world gets the tint of the color of the glass. So essentially what and that is true when for the light that is coming inside the building as well. So whenever the light is coming inside and you have used a tinted coated glass, the light gets the color of the tint of the glass. But as all the coatings are on clear based, you get the neutral light. So to summarize, an architect wants to have the building that looks blue from outside, but essentially what he wants from inside is to look neutral, as clear as possible. They don't want a blue looking building from the inside as such. So that is one critical advantage or a USP that a Guardian coating can bring. Another one that I would like to highlight is the wide range of product with Guardian glasses, Guardian Sun Guard. How it helps, we have seen many a time a case when people comes to us and say whether your glass is green rated or not. And our answer always is yes, but it depends. It depends on so many factors, starting from climate to orientation to sun path analysis to a daylighting requirement of your project to a perimeter depth and so on. So we understand that every project has a different requirement. Every project may have a different performance requirement. Every project may have different aesthetic requirement. So here we are offering a widest range of coated glasses to choose from, wherein you can essentially choose the performance level required for your project, the aesthetic you are looking for your building to have, and you have the right product on hand to work with. So not only from the product side, but we also support from the services part as well. So how do we do that? Essentially, we provide various reports that includes, but not limited to, structural reports, acoustic reports, performance report, energy report, and so on. We also provide a 3D rendering works as well, which is essentially applying our glass optics to your building model and show you how your building will look at the completion right over there at your desktop. And you can make a wise decision with respect to aesthetic of your building as such. We also have field engineers whose job is to ensure that the glass processed by the processor is up to the mark and your building gets the right quality of glass as such. And we set our standards very high compared to any American and European standards. So we always challenge ourselves to deliver better onto the projects. So that is a field engineer's responsibility to see that the quality of glass processed and applied onto your building is perfectly up to mark. We also have a free sampling and mock-up program as such to support the project owners wish to select a right glass for their projects. So thanks for patiently listening, and I'm looking forward to work with you all on your current and future projects. Please allow us to convert your visions and renders into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel, for sharing the product range that you have at Gujarat Guardian Limited. I now request Mr. Abhay Bakre, Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to please share your views.
Thank you, Madam. Professor Dev Prasad, Mr. Pramit Patel, Mr. Pauja, Dr. Agrawal, my colleague Sanjay Seth, delegates attending this GRIHA Summit, 11th GRIHA Summit, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege to address you here on the plenary session, post-lunch of 11th GRIHA Summit. Every year, we all assemble here to discuss about the different aspects of sustainability development, sustainable habitat, and I'm sure all of all of you take note of the developments happening in different parts of the world, the issues, the challenges, the views from experts, policymakers, and we take forward the journey towards our sustainable world. My colleague Saurav Didi would have given you a detailed perspective about how BE is working in the field of building efficiency. But let me touch upon some of the broader points from the government perspective, from the policymakers' viewpoint, and also the kind of actions which is needed in coming months, in coming years, especially at the field implementation level. That's where the Bureau is aiming for the future actions. Two things have happened very recently in last 2 years. First, maybe almost 2 years back or so. Now in our country, and I'll talk about the Indian perspective, now electricity or the availability of electricity is no longer an issue. In other way around, we always call now that we are an electricity surplus country. What does it really mean? Maybe almost 8 to 10 years back, whatever was the connected demand or the peak demand, the installed capacity or the available capacity were slightly lesser than that, or maybe shorter. So there was a deficiency in the supply side, which has now been overcome. Today we are already reached 364 gigawatt, and even the peak demand which occurred somewhere about 2 months back, somewhere in August, etc., it was only 184 or 183 gigawatt. That means practically, even for the peak demand side, we have double the installed capacity. Our normal demand has somewhere stabilized between 140 to 160 gigawatt. Now, this is not just the numbers which is for the policymakers to decide, or from the Power Ministry side. It also gives entirely a different perspective, because now what is going to happen is the installed capacity. It is going to be actually distributed to the consumers. And now the consumers have come, the second point, the consumers have come to a stage where the availability of electricity, at least the energy, the main resources, is a kind of taken for granted. Yes, they are going to have the 24 hours. We don't have a situation that even purchasing an air conditioner or purchasing different gadgets is a kind of a bothering thing, that yes, I can't put more than one air conditioner in my house because my electricity demand will shoot up, or there will not be enough load or given by the DISCOM. So most of the cities, even tier 2, tier 3 cities, the electricity availability has come to a 24/7 regime. Now what does it really mean? So that means there is enough flexibility in terms of the consumers deciding the kind of way they want to live, the kind of luxury they want to afford, the kind of homes, the kind of gadgets, the kind of other services they can aspire for. Now that puts a different challenge for our own the building professionals. Now they can have a different variety of homes, the different kind of appliances, and even any other kind of comfort or service conditions with that. Which means the architects will have more opportunity to offer the variety of homes, the variety of office buildings, as we have seen with Mr. Pramit Patel showing the different kind of the tall buildings. They have come up now. We were not talking about so much of variety in design, the construction, or even the overall perspective of the building or the accommodation or the premises. But now it has come to a stage that is, yes, in India also, we can afford any type of luxury, any type of aspiration. So the consumers are now free to choose what they want, to choose what they want to live. Now that puts the different thing, which is the topic of this session, the energy challenge. How are we actually going to meet this varied kind of a demand? There may be a city which is going to have their population 20% increase, say in next 2 years, maybe for example Delhi or Jaipur or something. What will be the energy demand? Will it be 20% more? Will it be 40% more? Or will it be only 10% more? This will be entirely a different challenge if we talk about any other city somewhere else in the country. It depends on the kind of construction happening, the kind of space availability, the kind of devices or the gadgets or the appliances the consumers are going to purchase. Everything is actually leading to a different kind of energy challenge. Even as India as a whole, if we see, today only 7 to 8% of households are using air conditioners. What if it touches 10%? What if it reaches 15 or even 20%? It is estimated that by 2030, 20% of household will be using air conditioners. I believe it will be more than that. Because you have come to a different regime now. You have 24/7 electricity available, and very soon there will be a next level of transformation in the distribution company, which is something perhaps most of you are not aware. Now the distribution company, so far the generation was made flexible, the transmission, and now the distribution companies, maybe after 5 years, 6 years, we will have a distribution licenses or the electricity availability through different utilities, perhaps in a similar manner the way we today purchase the SIM card for Vodafone or Airtel, something like that. Maybe 20 years back we were only hooked up to either MTNL or a BSNL kind of a thing. And after 20 years we are having a portability. Anytime we can select the telecom operator, perhaps after 6 to 8 years, or even depending on the transformation period, we may reach to a stage that even the electricity availability will be a kind of a free option for the consumer. Now what does it really mean? It means that every distribution company will offer you the most competitive price. And what will be the impact? Once you start having electricity or any other kind of energy at a most competitive price, you are going to purchase more and more appliances. You are going to have more and more energy demand. And that's where the energy challenge will come. Now what does it require? It requires an appropriate, complementary efforts to meet the demand. We don't want to go back to a regime again where there is a demand from the consumer and the suppliers of electricity or suppliers of energy are unable to meet that. We don't want this situation. It will impact our economy adversely. So the next solution is that yes, the consumer's aspiration will increase, the consumer's demand will increase, that's what we want. But at the same time, the overall impact on the energy supply side should be as minimum as possible. It should be optimized. And there is the requirement of a permanent thing, which is the construction of house to be made in such a manner on a long term, it's giving either a near zero or kind of a net zero building, the net zero premises, etc. The things have to start now onwards. The ECBC, I hope you are aware, it starts with the minimum step of 20% efficiency. The ECBC has been notified already in 15 states and UTs, and very soon most of the country, most of the part in the country will be coming under regime where the new construction, at least for the commercial building, has to have a minimum level of compliance with the ECBC. That means every construction in the commercial side, maybe from an year or so, has to be a minimum 20% more efficient from the baseline. The second thing will be the residential code. The residential code It can't be met so easily in the mandatory because, as I said, there will be a different variety of designs coming up. We want the architects who have different designs, different experiments, and that's where to make residential code mandatory at so early stage will not be so much popular, and it will be detrimental to overall development of this particular building efficiency sector. So we expect that the energy efficiency in the residential side has to be promoted based on the each consumer's choice, or depending on how the architects are able to convince the consumers. Coming back to the implementation of ECBC on the commercial side, as most of you are aware, from the policy side or the regulatory side, it is the state government or the local bodies who have to actually monitor and regulate the construction of buildings. That's where the Bureau has published the code, and the state governments are able to actually deploy through their bylaws in the municipality or even the ULBs. But the work is not yet over. Just by notifying a law at state level or at municipality level is not over. We need to actually address the challenge how the consumer or the authority who is actually going to construct the building is able to enrich the idea of ECBC. They are able to get the benefit out of the ECBC provisions. Now that requires a massive capacity building of architect side, from the service provider, even from the material side. We need to have a good supply of material at field level available at affordable price. We cannot have a situation where the specific material which is used for ECBC compliance are available at a higher cost. That will again discourage the implementation of ECBC. On the other side, the compliance mechanism, the monitoring, the check test, the check verification have to be as smooth as possible. It should not delay the procedure. It should not discourage the procedure. So the ECBC compliance at state level is a Herculean task, and we are trying to get everyone, each one on board from the state level, even at the local level, to come forward and join hands with BE and the local state government to actually promote the ECBC implementation as early as possible. You would have already discussed the matter that how much construction we are expecting in next 10 years. So it is necessary that the ECBC compliance comes at every part of the country, and it is stabilized as early as possible, so that the next steps on the residential side can also start. The next thing I was always discussing about the near zero or the net zero kind of a construction. BE has started some kind of feasibility. Can we have 100 net zero campus in the country? We want to know which are the most appropriate establishment where the near zero or net zero is more useful or perhaps most beneficial. So we decided we can have certain hospitals, certain airports, some university campuses, some townships, maybe some big railway stations or bus stands or like that. We would like to know whether the net zero concept is a universal or a general concept, or is it specifically for a particular sector is highly beneficial as compared to much less beneficial to other sectors. So such feasibility has now started from BE side. We are trying to engage competent architects and experts who can assist in that. But in near future, maybe net zero will be a new thing which we will be discussing, and it will be complementing the GRIHA effort of overall green building. There was a discussion on solar PV. Yes, the share of 365 gigawatt, as I mentioned initially, includes a larger share from the PV side, the solar side. Also, there is substantial share from wind side. Our overall target, which has now crossed, our target has crossed to 200. We achieved 84. But our next range of targets will be somewhere 400 or 450 total non-fissile capacity. In that regard, the second option of solar PV, which is the rooftop or a building or the demand side of solar PV, will be the next challenge. And I believe in coming years, the solar PV use at a building level, that is at the demand level, will be much more popular than the supply side, which has already come to a saturation. And in coming years, I think the building side solar PV installation will be given more priority from the policy side or from the government side. Last thing about the design construction and the design of envelope. The cooling demand, as I said, even if more 20% of household in India start using air conditioner, our overall air conditioning demand will actually will be 3 to 4 times than what we are having today. Now that will lead to us a very major thing is that today the industry consumption is about 48% in the overall energy basket. The second consumption is about domestic and commercial, all put together 34%. However, the massive construction which is expected in coming 10 years, coupled with the large scale adoption of air conditioning in the commercial as well as residential side, we expect that the building energy requirement will be the highest in the country by 2030. It will surpass the energy demand of industry sector, and that will be entirely a different situation than what we have today. Today, the energy to the industry sector is supplied in entirely a different approach. It is supplied in a different regulatory framework. Whereas when it comes to the residential side and commercial side in the building sector, the energy will be supplied through a different channel. That means this entire ecosystem, the distribution system, has to be augmented. And that will have to take place in next 8 to 10 years. So this will be a new challenge for the energy side. So whenever the building efficiency goes up, it will actually slightly have solutions for the distribution side. Thereby actually the energy demand will be stabilized by 2030. Else we are going to face again energy challenge by 2030 if we are not in a position to actually promote the use of green building, the use of energy efficient building, etc. Let me thank again the GRIHA Council for inviting me here and have a very useful seminar for these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abhay Bakre, for giving us an overview about the policy instruments that are being adopted at city and state level and at country level, what kind of codes are there and what can be promoted further to ensure that we do not face energy challenge in future. With that note, I would now like to call Mr. Ashwini Pahuja, Chief Sustainability Officer and Executive Director Manufacturing at Dalmia Cement Limited, to please share your views with us.
Shri Dev Prasad ji, Shri Abhay Bakre, Dr. Agarwal, Shri Patel, Shri Seth, distinguished delegates, a very happy afternoon to you all. I am here to share the perspective of cement industry and my company Dalmia Cements with regard to energy and climate actions, that the challenges which the industry is facing today and the overall climate challenges which the world or the planet is facing today. The Indian cement sector is today the second largest cement producer in the world after China in terms of production and capacity. But in terms of energy consumption, specific energy consumption, it is the best in the world. Much better than China and much better than rest of the developed economies also, like Japan or Germany. In fact, it has been ranked number 1 since last more than 5 years, and World Business Council for Sustainable Development, through its cement sustainability initiative, they carried out the Getting the Numbers Right project for all the countries, and based on that data generated, it was found that Indian cement sector, it was announced in 2015 at the Paris Climate Summit by CSI that today the Indian cement sector is the most energy efficient in the world as a country, as a whole.
So that gave pride to the Indian cement sector, and one of the major factors for achieving this economy, energy efficiency, is the PAT scheme of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. In the first cycle of PAT, the industry overachieved their targets by almost 81%, and as a result of which in 2015 it was declared as the most energy efficient sector. While the energy efficiency has improved tremendously over the years, there are certain impediments which the industry faces, and I think I would like to share with you also today. For example, today the low-hanging fruits have been already tapped by the industry, but it so happens that there are certain energy efficiency areas which need the support of government and policy makers so that the further improvements in energy efficiency can take place. Few of them are, I would like to highlight here, is that one is that the waste heat. Cement industry is a very high energy intensive process, and it requires heating of the materials to as high as 1500 degrees Celsius. And once we heat this in the rotary kiln, the exhaust gases are emitted at around 300 to 50 to 400 degrees Celsius, which are emitted as a waste gas to the atmosphere. And if we try to tap heat from these waste gases, it's very expensive process because it's a low grade heat, and the size of boilers becomes very large, as a result of which the costs are slightly on the higher side as compared to the conventional power generation projects. It is almost double as compared to conventional thermal power energy. So there are certain incentives which are perhaps required if we have to tap this waste heat, and industry has been expecting that this waste heat can be, because the waste heat recovery boiler is actually tapping the waste heat from the stack, which is indirectly going to the atmosphere, and tapping from the stack, or which is going to the atmosphere, taking it back into the cycle and then recovering the waste power from it. So as a result of which the industry expects that it is virtually equivalent to or a deemed renewable energy, because otherwise it would have gone waste. So if it is considered as a deemed renewable energy, in that case, if certain incentives are given, there is a potential of nearly 1000 megawatt of power from waste heat recovery. Presently, only inefficient units which are creating more waste heat, they are able to economically take advantage of this, and around 250 megawatt of waste heat power has been created. But we believe that in case certain incentives are available, this is the potential which the cement industry can tap from waste heat. Another important area is if we have to reduce the energy consumption, then switching over to renewable energy, solar power, wind power, and also to renewable biomass for fossil fuel switchover is very important. Now here again, I'll give you an example of Dalmia Cement. At Dalmia Cement, we have taken the commitment of becoming carbon neutral. Mr. Abe Bakre mentioned that buildings, we are targeting buildings to become net zero. Similarly, at Dalmia Cement, we have taken a target of becoming net zero, rather even carbon negative by 2040. As against most of the developing nations or developed nations taking a target of 2050, at Dalmia Cement we have taken this target of 2040. And in this there are many major levers apart from energy efficiency and resource recovery as well as circular economy principles. The major commitment which we have taken is RE100, that is by 2030 we have committed to RE100 project, that is by 2030 we will switch over from fossil fuel based power to totally renewable power. Then next initiative is EP100, that is we will improve our energy productivity by 100% by 2030 in next 12 years. The third major milestone which we have taken is that we will switch over 100% from fossil fuel, that is coal and petcoke, to again renewable sources of thermal energy, that is mostly waste based thermal energy, alternate fuels, low carbon or carbon neutral fuels, as well as sustainable biomass.
And lastly, switch over to carbon capture and utilization of all the carbon emitted through our stacks, which will be captured and then converted into useful chemicals and products for creating a circular economy. So here again, we expect that at the moment, the economies of scale are not existing for these kind of projects. So gradually, we expect that as the policies of the government also change, as there are more enabling policies for or incentives for development and scaling of these technologies, these things we believe that in next 5 to 7 years are going to become viable. Here I would like to share an example of Dalmia Cements, where in 2013 we installed about 8 megawatt of solar power. The power cost was around 17 rupees a unit, but it was taken as a demonstration project because our group believed that solar energy is the next future generation technology, and through the economies of scale, the costs are bound to come down. So as a pilot project, even though the costs were higher, the paybacks were not attractive, but still to gain experience, our group installed that 8 megawatt. And today, as you see, within 6-7 years, the cost of power has come down almost 1/5 or less than 1/5. Today, we are talking of around 2.75 to 3 rupees a unit, as against 17, 16, 17 rupees. So that we believe that these type of economies of scale are going to emerge further. The cost of solar is going to further come down. The cost of the carbon capture and utilization is going to come down. There may be certain additional, because the today world is talking of carbon taxes. In India also, we already have certain implicit indirect carbon tax in the form of close to $6 per ton in the form of clean coal cess. People believe that in future, because of international pressure, this carbon tax also may be levied on other sectors also. And these type of enabling policies, for example, on solar now, I would like to mention here that when we take RE100 commitment, our total solar power requirement comes to close to 1000 megawatt. But based on policies existing today, we have our cement plants in 8 different states. Different states have their own policies. There is no single national policy on solar. So when we examined this and when we gave it to a consultant to examine to what extent we can install, today we find that less than 100 megawatt is today economically viable because of certain different state policies, whereas our total requirement is 1000 megawatt. So we are waiting for certain enabling policies when this will become possible, and for us to scale up our ambition to go in for RE100. The issues like, for example, net metering, particularly for private sector. If we have to go for captive solar, then we have to go outside our premises. In that case, the issues like net metering, transmission charges become very important. And then here we feel that distribution companies are better placed as compared to private corporates to distribute power or generate their own power, and banking of power. So these kind of facilities, we feel that once these become more enabling atmosphere is created, I am sure the private sector is going to come forward and take advantage of these, and then share their part also in national commitments of creating renewable energy. In addition to that, on biomass also, sustainable biomass, we have taken an initiative that while switching over from coal to renewable biomass and renewable alternative fuels, we can make use of the wastelands. Nearly 26 million hectares of wastelands exist in our country, which are sodic in nature, which are alkaline in nature, whose pH is close to 9 or above, where nothing grows except certain species of bamboo, which can be used as an energy plantation. And this energy plantation, if done sustainably through a precision farming, these can give a yield which can be 4 to 5 times higher yield as compared to other biomass. So we believe that this type of sustainable biomass, if certain enabling policies of making these wastelands available to private corporates or private sector through certain mechanisms, if that can be done, the sector is ready to come forward and do that plantation. That will not only result in creating additional
reduction in carbon footprint, creation of reduction on dependency on fossil fuel. At the same time, it will also result in increasing, more than doubling the farmers' income, which is also in line with the national objective and with the sustainable development goals. So these are certain initiatives which we feel that it is now right time that private sector or corporates start rubbing shoulders with the government in creating enabling environments. And today we believe that certain groups are ready to take these type of initiatives, these type of challenges, wherein we can create these type of historical challenges. Now, for example, this 100% neutrality of zero carbon or carbon negative, it is the first of its kind by Dalmia Cements, which this commitment has been taken globally, not only in India. So that's also a matter of national pride also and prestige. So these kind of initiatives, we believe that private sector corporates are today ready to take, and then I'm sure that in the coming years we can see very encouraging results in the form of energy as well as energy efficiency and resultant reduction in carbon footprints as well as on climate action. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pahuja, thank you so much for sharing inspiring work that you are doing and the initiatives that are being taken at Dalmia Cement. With that, I would now like to request Dr. Anna Agarwal, Fellow at Center for Policy Research, to share your views on the subject being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you to the GRIHA Summit for inviting me here. It's an honor to share this platform with this esteemed speakers and all of you delegates. Thank you. So in my presentation today, I'll be presenting some data around energy demand transitions, how and at what scale is energy demand changing, some data on how household appliance ownership is changing, and the resulting implications on the energy system, particularly the peak demand. I'll also be talking about the opportunities of energy efficiency and the role human behavior and local practices play in shaping final energy demand and the uptake of energy efficiency services. And lastly, some thoughts on what can we do. So energy demand is undergoing a fundamental transition. As you can see from the figure in the figure on the top, this is from Niti Aayog. Energy demand is set to increase significantly between 2012 and 2047. The share of building energy demand will increase significantly, but the largest magnitude increase is coming from the industrial sector. The figure at the bottom shows specifically the energy used for space cooling for different countries. The first set of bars here shows the change in space cooling related energy demand for India, how it's going to change in the next 30 years. And we see that by 2050, India is poised to be the world's largest energy user for cooling. This increase is largely going to be driven by increase in residential AC ownership in urban households, but also in rural households, we are seeing that they're starting to invest in medium to high power appliances. Some data on how demand for energy intensive appliances is increasing among urban households. The figure on the top shows appliance ownership in Rajkot among low-income housing. The x-axis here is the asset index, which is a measure of households' overall assets or the household's ability to consume energy. And what we find here in the low-income households in Rajkot, that even in the early deciles of the asset index, almost everyone owns a fan. As the household's overall assets increase, they start owning 2 or more fans. What is interesting is that TV is more commonly found in these houses as compared to fridges or coolers, even given the hot and dry climate in this region. The figure at the bottom shows cooling appliance ownership in Delhi NCR households. And the x-axis again here is an asset index, which is overall household assets. What we find again is that most households own a fan, almost all of them. The next commonly found cooling appliance in Delhi NCR is the cooler, which around the 4th decile people start owning a cooler. By contrast, AC ownership is only starts showing up in the highest decile of asset index. But as incomes increase, it's likely that this AC curve is going to mirror the cooler curve. So we saw some data on how energy demand is going to increase, how household appliance ownership is going to increase, and this has implications on the overall energy system. Most of you must know that Delhi utilities are facing a new peak, the summer nighttime peak. This is increasing year on year and has become bigger than the daytime peak. From our Delhi fieldwork, where we survey about 2,000 households on adoption of cooling services, we just did it this summer, we find indeed that over 85% of households turn on their AC right when they're going to bed. That's between 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. interval. The next common time for using air conditioners or coolers, we also look at cooler households, is in the afternoon between 1 and 4 p.m. So this shows that it's important to focus not just on appliance ownership, but also how people are using these appliances and what are the factors that is driving decisions on both ownership and usage. So I think my esteemed panelists spoke about the different energy efficiency measures and the value of energy efficiency, and it is indeed very critical to have these energy efficiency interventions to reduce demand and to lock in low demand patterns. The figure on the top shows that in the last 15 years or so, energy efficiency improvements have led to about 6% of energy savings. The largest of this comes from the industrial sector. Buildings and transport also contribute to the overall energy savings from energy efficiency. The figure on the bottom shows that due to inefficiencies in the overall energy supply chain, every unit of energy conserved on the demand side leads to multiple units of primary energy saved. So the x-axis here is for every unit of useful energy or the demand side energy that's conserved, what are the number of units of primary energy that you save. And we see that India benefits a lot more from energy efficiency compared to other countries. The question is, are we using the opportunities that energy efficiency offers to the fullest? The figure on the left shows penetration of energy efficient appliances in the low-income households in Rajkot. And indeed, due to Bureau of Energy Efficiency and EESL's initiative, we find that penetration of LED light bulbs in these households is very high, and it's directly linked to the Ujala scheme. But in fans and TVs, which are the next most commonly found appliances, the penetration of star-rated or energy-efficient appliances is minimal. We again look at what star rating are the households in Delhi opting for, and we find about 50% of households are going for a 3-star rated AC, and about a quarter are buying 5-star ACs. The number of appliances that will be bought for the first time is very high, and these appliances once bought stay in the household for many years. There's an enormous potential for making our demand transitions more efficient and the need for to replicate the success of schemes like Ujala. An important shaper of energy demand is behavior and local practices. In the Rajkot work, we find that households that have very similar appliance ownership, very similar physical building characteristics, show a large variance in energy consumption. So these figures show the variance around energy consumption for very similar households. We find when we control for structural variables, like your appliances, physical building, it helps explain about 30% of the electricity consumption variation. But accounting for behavioral factors helps explain up to 60% of why electricity consumption varies among similar households. Different people use energy very differently. So non-energy practices like adjusting clothing depending on weather, opening doors and windows, households using electricity saving strategies like occupying the same room when a cooler or AC is on significantly affects what the total demand is. Just some concluding thoughts. The impending energy transition offers a potential advantage. Since most of the investment in our cities, infrastructure, institutions, appliances, and behavior is yet to happen, there's an opportunity to make this consumption more efficient so as to lock in low consumption pathways for the long term. And we just saw that behavior and local practices have a significant impact on the final energy demand. So our energy interventions should account for these factors and look for ways to shape and influence behavior and practices.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for beautifully presenting such a rich data in a very concise format and the concluding thoughts. I would now like to request Mr. Sanjay Seth, Senior Director, TERI and CEO, GRIHA Council, to please share your views.
I'll take just 2 minutes. Esteemed panelists and my friends, esteemed audience, much has been said by the fellow speakers on the dais, and I just need to make 2-3 very quick points in the interest of time as well. We all realize that as the urbanization is taking place, the challenges that it's throwing up on various sectors, including energy, waste, water, governance. We at the GRIHA Council are trying to see how we can overcome these challenges through design interventions to make sure that whatever we built in the future is not very resource intensive, and together with that, we and the GRIHA always believe that what gets measured gets managed. So that's our underlying principle. So we keep monitoring so that we don't consume as much as don't consume too much in the sense which puts a negative impact on the environment as well as puts pressure on the environment. So I think what Dr. Anna Agarwal presented in terms of figures, and of course the regulatory provisions that have been brought out by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, as brought out by the Director General of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, I think sum it up very well in terms of what needs to be done to make sure that as we urbanize, as the aspirations of the people grow, and how we can probably regulate this pressure or the resource intensive aspirational goals be moderated so that we don't grow on the same trajectory as we are growing in terms of infrastructure. So with those thoughts, I think I leave it to you all. I know there are other parallel sessions which are about to begin, which we would want you to go and attend as well. The remarks made by various panelists, I think Professor Deo Prasad, I think brought it out very well as to, you see, I mean, you also brought out some very good facts and figures that you all are, how you are monitoring it, Sydney and in Australia, the work that you all are doing. So I think it's important, again, the underlying principles being that we need to monitor, gather as much data, and CPR, the way you presented that data, I think that was very, very remarkable, and I congratulate you for putting those numbers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. I would like to request Professor Deo Prasad to please present the token of appreciation to all our dignitaries present on the dais. Mr. Abhay Bakri, Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. A big round of applause, please. Mr. Prameet Patel, Business Development Manager of Gujarat Guardian Limited. I think we can be a little louder. Thank you. Mr. Ashwini Pahuja, Chief Sustainability Officer and Executive Director, Manufacturing at Dalmia Cement Limited. This was a good try. Dr. Anna Agarwal, Fellow, Center for Policy Research. Now we switch the role. Professor Devaprasad, I would request Seth sir to present you a token of appreciation. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seth. Before we close, I would like to bring your attention to the coffee table on the dais, which has a unique surface made from new green new panel, product currently being developed in the UNSW microfactories. The panels are based on technology developed at the Smart Center UNSW to upcycle problematic waste, glass and textile. I now request everyone to please proceed to the thematic tracks. I'll quickly announce which tracks are being held where. In Tamarind Hall, we have Engaging Women in the Built Environment session is happening there. In Jacaranda Hall, we have the thematic track for Reducing the Global Carbon Footprint. In Silver Oak Hall, we have the thematic track Sustainable Low Impact Materials. And in Namaltas Hall, we have the thematic track 6, which is GWI Hackathon. Post which we would reassemble again in the same auditorium for the much awaited comedy by Mr. Anirban Dasgupta. Thank you. And for the tea and coffee lovers, you can please help yourself by going in the hub area and taking the tea and coffee there. And those who want to connect to us can post the learnings from this session on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and our Twitter page by using the hashtag GRIHA for all and 11GS. Thank you so much.